Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hi, Happer.
Hello.
All of my great, great friends. How are we today?
Pretty good.
It was a little sunnier this morning, wasn't it? Not much, but at least a little bit.
Tiny. I mean, maybe a
Not
tiny,
really.
a tiny sliver. I saw a tiny
this
sliver.
is cloudy season. You ready for it to be just cloudy
I don't-
every day?
I just don't have
Every
any
day.
windows in my office, so I only see what the outside looks like if I walk in the lobby. I was kind of bummed earlier. Like, oh.
You excited for snow?
You know, it wouldn't be horrible if we got a little snow right now.
Wow, interesting. John, are
What?
you going to yell at Happer?
I mean, I don't like want it, but
But
the first time it's not always bad to see. Even
Connor,
though we won't
we
get
just
it.
literally got the interstate fixed so that it actually has every lane that is available to it. And now you want to cover it with snow, and all these idiot drivers who see snow for the first time are like,
You take Dodge on your way into work. Do you want your commute to take another 45
dude, yeah,
minutes?
90th going down and then going back up on our way out.
I don't.
bad.
It's not.
Terrible.
It's not that. It's not that bad.
It's,
I'm not
it's the
saying.
people, not the snow.
I'm not saying I need like 6 inches of snow or anything like that, but I wouldn't mind seeing a little dust and a flurry in the air
Fascinating.
to get me in the season.
Fascinating.
Why do you need to get into the season?
I don't know. I want
People
to.
are already vomiting Christmas all over their yards.
We
Aren't you
put
into
our
the season
tree
yet?
up yesterday.
I don't want to wear a big coat, but you know, like
Big yellow coat.
I need a reason to wear a big coat.
Yeah.
It's big coat time.
It is about to be that
Well,
big coat time.
You don't need snow to justify a big coat.
could just
If it's
wear a
cold
big
enough,
coat.
you're gonna need the coat.
How about a hat, though? You know,
Oh,
you,
I like
you need snow to wear a hat.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
By the way,
can
speaking
just
of
wear a
hats, speaking of hats, I hope you all took my advice when I tweeted out the Grey Cup is on.
No.
Oh, then you missed out.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So you did. It was a good game. Went down to the wire. There was a Hail Mary at the end. It was a lot better than the Lions game. Anyway, so we got to it, and it was at halftime. And Nick, you're going to have to help me out because my son's not here to remind me, but they had a big halftime show too.
Okay.
So the guy who was performing,
Nick's going to help?
yes,
Somehow.
because it's a
Musical situation.
musician.
Oh, okay.
And he's apparently famous. Apparently, this guy was once a rapper, but then he and Eminem got into a big diss fight. Eminem crushed him, and this dude ended up like going to like rock and Christian music. And
Are you talking about MGK?
yes, that's him.
Hey,
So-
they're doing an MGK. MGK's at the Chai coming soon. I saw his picture.
Now,
Yeah.
okay, John.
Stay tuned to the Connor Happer Show to win tickets.
He's,
Yeah.
he's the guy who drank what's her name's blood.
Yeah, Megan Fox.
This
John,
isn't
your-
my kind of guy.
Your
No, he's a
timeline,
bad guy.
your timeline's a bit off, John. He's always kind of done a rap, rock kind of.
I'm just going off
Crossover.
what my son told me.
I saw
okay?
him
So
open for Fallout Boy.
I'm just
It
going off.
kinda
What
worked.
but anyway, he was the halftime show. But
It's
when
35.
when they went to the panel, you know, you got your James Brown, your Bill Cowher, your that group. One of the dudes was wearing the big pull down hunters, the big hunter's cap that have the flaps that come down over the ears.
Mhm.
It was so Canada. So
Hey.
Canada. So we spent the whole
Hello.
second half just making jokes about Canada. It was fun. It was a good game too.
John, you can't root for the Blue Jays in the World Series and then turn around not even 2 weeks later and just
Sure.
start making fun of Canada.
So the Grey
I
Cup,
wasn't making fun of him. I was just having a good time.
the Grey Cup was on what channel, John?
It was on CBS Sports Network.
Wow.
So we had it on the secondary television.
Wow.
And then it got down to the end and we turned the sound up on that. 'cause it was fun.
Who participated?
The Saskatchewan Rough Riders are the Grey Cup champions. They beat Montreal.
The Alouettes.
The Alouettes.
Mm.
Quarterbacked, well, partially because I think they played like three guys by former Michigan and Ole Miss star Shea Patterson.
No
Oh,
way.
wow.
Yeah.
He's still playing football.
That's a name.
Yeah.
Shea Patterson, wasn't he a guy who transferred away from Ole Miss after the stuff came out from Hugh Freeze and
Yeah.
escorts?
And went
Yep.
to Michigan.
Wow.
Yep.
That was almost 10 years ago.
Wasn't that former Husker player we were talking about a few weeks ago also
Yeah.
on one of
Yoshi.
those teams? Yeah.
Yoshi
Yoshi
Hartrick.
won the Grey Cup.
Oh, that's why people were
Dude,
tweeting his
I
name
feel
last
like he
night.
Congrats,
wins it every
Yoshi. Way to
year.
go.
Maybe they just really liked the character from Mario.
So the Grey Cup
Ooh.
happens around this time every year.
Apparently.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it happened earlier, but
I-
it doesn't.
So, John, you
I
were
feel like
out
it
on
happens 4 times a year.
you were out on the NFL game last night?
No, we had it on.
Okay.
It was definitely on, but we just
and it
was kind of fun there for a while when we had playoff baseball to have the second TV on and have the Mariners game on, or whoever was playing opposite the Sunday night
I
game.
do love
when you
two
have
TVs.
to watch the Eagles suck the life out of every football game they play.
Exactly. Or watch Dan Campbell senselessly go for it on fourth down. for
And
the
then-
fifth time.
and then
Look at
wave-
me. I go for it all the time, even if it doesn't make sense.
and then they waved the white flag on the last 2 drives and they punted away. Like, what are you
Idiots.
doing? You're down 2 scores.
Dan, time to put the big sheet down. Put the menu down, Dan.
Very disappointing.
Yeah, it was
Very
weird.
disappointing.
Anyway, congratulations, Saskatchewan.
Oh yes, the Grey Cup.
You're the
Mm.
champions, eh?
What a cup!
What a cup.
Is
indeed.
it gray?
Yeah,
It's more silver, isn't it?
I made it. They showed, so they had the two Mounties holding the Grey Cup on the sideline as the game's getting close to the end, and
Doesn't look very gray to me.
I
Silver.
said, see, look, I was telling, because I had to then explain to the boys the differences between Canadian football and American football, the width of the field. They only get 3 downs.
Yards bigger. or
25 to
field's bigger.
17 is an insane final score.
Is it?
It feels like it.
I feel like
it
I
doesn't
picked,
feel like a normal football
I think
score
I
to me.
picked 25-17 for a Nebraska game.
Yeah, but you specifically pick weird
Well,
scores.
aren't
I
the
do.
points? Don't the points count for different things?
Well, yeah, if you kick
Yeah,
a
what is
field
this? Whose
goal.
line is it anyway?
Yeah, if you miss a field goal, you get a point regardless, right?
Well,
What?
unless a guy is in the end zone and catches it and returns it.
Then what do you get?
Well, you get nothing. You have to cover the
You
kick.
get nothing and like it.
How many points
Yeah.
is a touchdown worth in Canada?
It's the same there.
Metric system.
6.
6.2.
It's worth 18 liters.
You
It's,
get a leader, eh?
by the way, it's called the Grey Cup, not because of the color, but because of
The clouds.
Albert Gray, the Governor General of Canada from 1904 to 1911.
It's a man named.
It was
Gray.
donated by
Oh,
him.
same guy who did
A man named Gray sounds like a
50
song.
50
Wow,
Shades of
all
Grey.
It's a
the
man
Canadian
named
trophies are
Gray.
donated. All the good Canadian trophies are donated. The Stanley Cup, the Grey Cup.
It's
Mm.
because they're so nice.
Did
Mr.
Lombardi
Stanley.
donate the Lombardi trophy?
No, no.
I don't think
I
so.
don't know how they came to the conclusion that it'd be.
Did Larry O'Brien donate the Larry O'Brien trophy? That's the NBA
I
title.
don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Anyway,
I think they probably just honored those people.
yeah.
Would be my guess.
That would have been funny if Lombardi's like millaging around in his attic there in Green Bay and he comes across this thing that, looks like a football on a pedestal and says, "Hey, honey, we got to donate this to the Pete Rozelle. They name it after me." But alas,
It may
didn't
not
happen
have
that way.
happened that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Stibbs
But
has
that
a
would have been good
comment.
for the lore.
This is a good comment.
Thought the Grey Cup would be a little grayer than this.
Great
John-
reference, Tibbs.
John Denver's full of bleep.
Great reference by you,
I mean,
Tibbs.
if you were like back in grade school, and I don't know if you guys did this. We used to do this all the time when we were like in first and second grade. We would draw football players, right?
Sure.
And
I didn't
and
do that.
Use our crayons and stuff.
Draw John Deere tractors.
Cars. I drew a lot of cars.
I drew football, I drew logos.
Oh,
I love drawing logos.
I mean, I did that, but I also, I did pictures of like Walter Payton and George.
I could
You were
never
a talented
draw, yeah, I
kindergartner.
could never draw a person.
Well, yeah, you should have seen the pictures. They were really bad.
Yeah,
He
But-
attempted.
I was mostly just doing cars. That was my
But
thing.
the Canadian kids,
so good. What a celebration.
Sorry, John. We're watching the Lions Eagles celebration.
Nice. Oh, when he humps the goalpost.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
awesome.
Hump.
You were drawing.
Well, it was good enough for a penalty, and it cost the Lions a point.
yeah.
It did.
In the end, they
So.
didn't really need that point.
Anyway, the Canadian kids, when they color the Grey Cup, I'm sure they use the gray crayon because not a silver one.
The
That's
gray
true.
crayon was always the most useless crayon.
It
Who
wa- it
needed
did
that?
It wasn't not in Canada. Hey, I'm
Apparently
gonna
not.
I'm gonna do a gray cup. Hey, look at there. Ooh.
Exactly.
Sad.
What, the
Have-
game or
Yeah,
just
the line, just the
penalty?
Lions. I was texting about this with Mike Schaefer last night. Have they missed their window? Are they going to rue the day of the last 2 years, where they're going to be like, "Whoa, we had
Well,
that staff."
They're still pretty young.
Yeah, but the staff has had a huge changeover.
I feel like Schaefer's the wrong person to ask that question to. He's just
He
going
is
to AI you
absolutely
and
the wrong
reaffirm.
person to ask.
no,
that
he didn't
question
even
to.
ask it. He straight up said, "I think the Lions missed their window."
But why? But why? What has been their shortcoming during this period of time? Like what's the what if they wouldn't have
They were
had
up by-
Jared Goff?
No, how many
Inconsistent
points were they?
quarterback
How many
play.
points were they up on the 49ers? It's basically they could have won a title and they didn't, and now they're not going to.
I don't know about that. I don't.
Wow.
I don't.
I
You
thought
think-
that was a very normal, fine take to have.
You think they're still edging a Super Bowl?
Like, so their coordinators are gone.
Mhm.
They've obviously taken a step back. Obviously, I think that is.
Yeah.
I think that's very noticeable. And they were 15 minutes away from a Super Bowl. And then last year they have the best record in the NFL, and they don't even win a game.
But you could argue. What I'm saying is, you could argue that their shortcomings were still their shortcomings when they were better, right?
Yeah.
Sure, but they could
yeah.
have taken advantage of it at least.
They could have.
Yeah. Like this year,
But could they ever have? Could they have
Dude.
won a Super Bowl at the last 2 years?
yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't think they would have beaten Kansas City 2 years ago.
Why couldn't they have beaten them last year though? I don't know why they couldn't have beaten them 2 years ago.
Well, they could. Well, I don't think they would have beat. I know they beat them in the regular season.
were bull
2 years
racing
ago,
beat
but They would
Philly.
not have.
They beat
They would
Philly
not
last
have beaten
year?
the Chiefs 2 years ago. Maybe last year.
I mean,
Oh,
their
they would've
defense.
beat Philly
last year. Last year, you guess.
The end
You
of the
can talk
year,
me into last year.
their end of the year,
Absolutely.
their defense was a tire fire because no
Yeah,
one was
but
healthy.
Too many injuries.
See, but that's the thing. 2 years ago, they had Aiden Hutchinson. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you guys disagree.
but
with this.
okay, but that
I'm just
seems
not
a little
sure.
that seems a little disingenuous because 2 years ago they came out of nowhere.
No, that's not true. People
Yeah,
thought that
it
they
is.
were going to be
They
good.
were
Because they
not
went,
a playoff team.
500
ago.
year before that. It was 8-9, I think. Right?
Yeah, it was 8-9. They spoiled Aaron
They beat
Rodgers'
the
last
Packers.
game in Green Bay. But yeah, I mean that's
Their odds going into that year were the 8th or 9th best in the NFL to win the Super Bowl.
that's still pretty low. That's not high. I mean, it's good
Okay.
for the Lions. But yeah, if we're saying, I mean, certainly they blew an opportunity that year, but it's kind of unfair to say in a year where they came out of nowhere and went from mid to really, really good.
But that happens sometimes, right? Like I thought the Cowboys
Sure, it does.
totally blew some of their years.
So what was the best version of the Lions during was it last year or was it 2 years ago?
I thought last year's team was better, but at the end of it,
First half of last year,
first half of last year,
before
was-
the
they were
injuries started setting in, before
awesome.
Hutchinson
They were
got hurt.
15-2. They were great last year.
Yeah.
But then everybody got hurt. They were up in the NFC Championship game by a
What was that
score
score?
of 24-7 at the end of the first half in San
2
Fran.
years ago.
Yes.
Because last year I don't know if they beat Philly, even
No,
if they beat Washington.
Again, because they were so banged up by the end of the year.
Yeah,
They were very hurt.
but that game would have been in Detroit.
It would have been in Detroit.
Would've been in
yeah,
Detroit.
instead of 3 games in Philadelphia.
Dan Campbell would have taken even less field goals.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, if they would have taken just 3 of them, they would have had the lead at one point.
Ugh.
I don't know if they win, but I just think sometimes, and listen, I'm not one of those guys that say Dan Campbell's just an absolute fool every time he goes for it, but you have to factor in where you're playing, who you're playing, and how you're playing.
Yeah, against
When you
that
do
team,
those
the
things.
most Iowa team in the NFL.
Go
You
home.
That's
have-
okay to take points.
You have to take the points.
This isn't playing, the Bills yesterday.
It's the same reason why Nebraska should have. What was that? The Northwestern game. It was a take your points game.
Oh, yeah.
They
That
went
was such
for it
a
on
low
fourth down.
scoring game. Yeah.
Yeah.
In that moment in time.
Take your points.
That's a good call.
Take your points.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about your developing Philadelphia Eagles situation?
Oh, bad.
They might win the Super Bowl in the worst possible way.
Yeah, at least last year, I watched them over the course of last year and said this is the best team in football. You know, it was inarguable.
They might
this
win.
Team,
they're like the 10th best team.
This team
when
sucks.
Because you start saying that, though.
Starting about now. Honestly, John, you know what it was? It was when they beat the Rams on that Sunday night. That was when, because they killed them.
And that was about right now. Well, it was because
it was when we were
the
in
week
Vegas.
We left for Las Vegas. So it was next.
And that was when Saquon, like, it seemed like every week he was getting 200 yards, you know? Their offense is trash.
It's so bad.
Dude, this is 2000 Ravens all over again. Their defense is insane. Like, just ridiculous. And they just upgraded.
I know.
It's very depressing.
Do we think the AFC is still wide open?
Yeah, of course it is.
Definitely.
It's
Even
wide open.
more so than ever.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Because here's the thing. How many teams in the AFC, you know, we did that Do You Trust thing a few weeks ago? The answer for me, like, is zero.
It's zero.
I said this to someone yesterday.
And now that the Chiefs have actually been, like, officially murdered.
They're a fraud. Yeah.
Like,
the 4 teams in first place in the division right now in the AFC, I don't trust any of them. And maybe that's a me problem
Tingle.
because some would say the Colts and some would say, Josh, you're not going to trust the Patriots. And I'm going to say no.
Some might say the Broncos, and it's definitely not them.
Definitely not them either.
Broncos.
Hot take I can be talked into.
Ooh.
I can be talked into the Colts.
Yeah?
Yeah, me too. But everything's got to be on schedule for them.
They do, but they've got a great running game.
They do have a great run.
Here
will travel.
Defense can be opportunistic.
This is the worst thing I've ever said, but the team that I trust the most in the AFC
Bills?
is actually the New England Patriots.
That's a bummer.
This is horrible.
That is gross and disgusting.
It's the worst thing I've ever
need
said.
To stop this nonsense right now.
I'm sorry.
We do not
Incredibly
need this to happen
unfair.
again.
Very unfair.
We need to bring Belichick back right now.
Yes. This version of Bill Belichick needs to coach the Patriots again. He stinks. Yeah,
this is when I thought
because then he'll ignore Drake May because
it's getting very scary.
And here's the other thing, and I told this to Schaefer a couple weeks ago, and he was laughing at me because he's been in his feels all offseason. Why didn't we take Sam Darnold? I said, I don't trust him in big games.
No, you can't.
And what did he do yesterday?
He poopied.
Dude, I mean, those interceptions, he had 4 of them. How many, John, would you say were actively bad on him? Like at least 2, maybe 3. That dude sucks in big games.
Seattle is awesome, but you can't really put him in the thing because their quarterback is Sam Darnold.
Correct.
I love Seattle, but they can't win a Super Bowl. They're not allowed to with Sam Darnold.
Correct. He was bad yesterday.
At least 2 of them.
He had 4 turnovers and lost by 2. You know, it was a weird day of football.
So the Rams are America's last hope.
It's a bummer. I have to root for John's happiness.
Yep.
Over the Eagles.
Yep.
John's already had championships since I've known him. He doesn't need any more.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Absolutely,
I do.
Speak
I
for
deserve
yourself,
it
Josh.
for all the years of suffering under the yoke of the Cowboys and the 49ers.
I don't want to hear about your
deserve
yoke.
More. I want more. More. But guess what?
It's not going to be the
And
Rams.
I know this is going to sound idiotic because literally we won the game because our punter pinned him at the half-yard line.
Incredible punt.
But
Your special
our special
teams
teams
is
are going to be our downfall.
Yeah, that's true.
That and our coach's game management. I think Matt Rule tapped into our headsets yesterday.
Wow.
Because some of that game management just drove me insane.
Is this true?
Matt Rule would just tap
Did-
into
does-
somebody's headset.
Does
that he
Sean
doesn't know?
McVay get a timeout graphic?
John, I think you just are getting a text right now that says rule calling.
Yes. Seriously. Man, it was some. It's funny. The team that can't help itself but use up timeouts in the first half because they take the play clock too deep.
Ha!
Literally snaps the ball with 24 seconds left on the play clock when they're in time killing mode. And I'm like, if I had hair to pull out, like,
Oh, you got hair.
no, but not the kind you should pull out at my age, I would have done it because I was insane.
Are you worried that it's gonna just not? If you pulled it out your
It's like
hair,
the
it wouldn't
Seinfeld
come back?
episode where the guy
Yeah, it won't come
shaves
back.
his head and then he doesn't have hair anymore and Elaine is
Yeah.
sad.
And it's kind of what happened to me, I guess, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was trending that way
Mhm.
already. So
Go back to the NFL. Stibb says jump on the Bears bandwagon, Josh. Yeah, you want to talk
Absolutely
about
not.
another team I don't trust? Go look at the teams the
Okay.
Bears have beat.
So
It is
And
a
how they've
hilarious.
beaten them.
It is a hilarious list of slop.
Tampa is a maybe, but they got to get healthy
They're
now.
not- yeah,
they
they're
have
not-
to get healthy now. Where
they're
is
not
Bucky
healthy.
Irving? He will never play again.
Yeah, they're not healthy. They will be bad.
Hey,
Like, couldn't you see Tampa being like the 10 win?
Of course.
Go on the
Well,
road.
they're going to be the 4 seed.
Go on the road and win 2 playoff games.
Absolutely.
Like,
They
Absolutely.
could, absolutely.
And
could,
we are-
especially
we
if they get
are-
healthy.
We are canceling the Packers, are we not?
We are canceling.
My friend Aaron,
Yes.
I think him and I had a little spat last night because he texted before the game. He's like, we're rooting for the Eagles to his fellow NFC brethren in the chat. And we were like, no, we're not. And I said to him, it's kind of cute that you think you're mid-team, like this matters for them at all. The Packers will not participate in anything important in January. And he was pretty upset with
Ooh.
that. Yeah. But they suck.
I mean,
They're not doing anything.
It was sort of harsh, but they do suck.
Yeah.
They're not very
Everyone
good.
is getting injured, and their quarterback is Jordan Love.
The good news is,
And even he was injured.
And even he was injured, yeah.
I talked to a Packer fan last week that had Matt LaFleur fired.
Yeah. Dude,
They're not happy with
There's
him.
a civil war with the Packer fan base right now where
Which is rare.
It's LaFleur versus Love, and people
Cheddar versus Pepper Jack.
It's really it's kind of an old school fun sports debate, honestly.
That is cool.
As an outsider, I'm like, this is great.
Who is more problematic, the quarterback or the coach?
Quarterback. I'd rather have LaFleur than Jordan Love.
Now,
I
do we
agree
need to
with you.
consider the Dolphins might be mounting a comeback in the AFC?
Wow.
No, because if you actually watched that game, and if you did, I apologize for America. That was holy
It was
cow.
bad.
Did how many of you watch the game?
I didn't watch it. I
Bits
saw
and pieces. I did see the pass interference call.
I saw
Well,
parts.
forget about that. Here's how the game went. Okay, so it's tied. Late fourth quarter. Washington drives. They're down to like the 2 or the 3. They forego the go-ahead field goal to Dan Campbell. Don't get it. Then Nerd Boy gets his opportunity. There's even less time left in the game, like under 2 minutes left in the game. And instead of going for the go-ahead field goal, Nerd Boy goes for it. They get stuffed. Game goes to overtime. And then Mariota throws a pick on the second play.
He sucks.
And Miami lucks into a field goal and wins. It was the worst managed end of game I've seen in a long time. Neither team deserved to win.
But a win is a win, and we don't apologize for them. In
Well,
the NFL.
that's true.
but they should apologize to the country of Spain for putting that game in front.
You said something funny earlier when you were talking about the Chiefs, and you said the Chiefs are 5-5 and the Dolphins are 4-7, which shows how close to the Dolphins the Chiefs are right now.
Wow, great poll question. Are the Chiefs more Dolphins or Broncos?
Wow. Well, we know the answer to
That's
that
incredible.
question. Poor Chiefs fans. They don't even know how to handle this. They're like, oh, no, it could be okay.
I saw someone, I don't know who it was, but they were like, this actually could be good because I've always wondered what it would be like if Patrick Mahomes got to the playoff and were the most dangerous 7th seed.
Yeah, but no.
Okay, I will say this.
These guys are
That-
delusional.
That is really a scary thought, but they aren't good. This would
Yes.
be different if they were good and they were 5-5, but they're not good.
If they are the 7th seed and they're playing the Patriots, like that will be really funny.
I would be rooting for the Chiefs probably.
So
Oh,
oh my
God.
gosh, that would be awesome.
Don't put me in that spot.
And then that means they would play the Colts in round 2, and Rats, I think I might pick the Chiefs in that game as well. Crap! Then suddenly
Wait
they're
a
in the
sec-
AFC
come
title
on.
game.
Why would you do that?
I just
Just
probably
because
would.
of Daniel Jones?
That John, actually, you pretty much nailed it right
So
there.
That is ridiculous. He can't. First of all, he never hurt your team.
No, he did not.
And
I think he
secondly,
won once, maybe.
he's not in position to hurt your team. So why would
No,
you
he's
root against
AFC.
him?
No, it's not. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I'd root for the Colts.
So
sure, why not?
if the Patriots and the Chiefs played each other in the playoffs,
2-7 matchup.
what you're saying is it's like the Kaiser and Mr. H, and you're going to pick the Mr. H over the Kaiser. That's what I'm hearing.
Sose?
No, the Kaiser from Germany in World War
The,
One.
the,
Oh.
the funny thing is
Wow,
the Patriots, the Patriots, like the people that they have on the team, like I like Vrabel.
Me
Like,
too.
They're actually
I
quite
know.
they're actually quite likable.
They didn't
It's
have
just-
that fan base.
I don't believe that they deserve this right now. They need
No.
to wait
They need
longer.
to suffer a little
30
more.
No,
years.
they need to suffer for 40 years.
30,
at
yes,
least.
at least.
So
yes.
it's really not anything against Drake May or Vrabel or anything like
it's
that.
the people
It's the people.
of Boston, Massachusetts.
It's Boston.
Yeah.
It's Boston.
Yeah.
But
Bill
you want
Simmons
the
is too
Celtics.
happy right now.
You
I
want
don't
the
like it.
you want the Chiefs fans to not crash out though.
And honestly, I guess it's a win-win proposition.
Yeah.
The Chiefs losing and this and everyone freaking
Yeah,
out
but
would be
the
funny.
Chiefs
Yeah,
losing
but-
as a 7 seed is not that bad. The Chiefs, we need the Chiefs to lose as like
Also-
a 1 seed or not make the playoffs.
Do we want them just to pass the baton back and forth? Patriots dominate the AFC for 20 years, and then
Oh,
the
that-
Chiefs
I
take
don't
over
like
for the
that.
next 10, and then the Patriots take it back. You don't want that.
I don't like that. Yeah, that's not a good idea.
You don't want that.
That's not-
That
Wow.
would be horrible.
Josh Allen Save us. You are our only hope.
Josh Allen and who and what army?
Just Josh. It literally is him.
Khalil Shakir.
It is just Josh Allen.
This is
Just Josh
horrible.
He's going to
Allen.
throw another inexplicable interception and then
Oh, no.
somehow find a way to lose a home playoff game.
He had what? 3 touchdowns each rushing.
I thought
and
was it 3 and 3 or 3 and 2?
I thought it was 3 and 2.
Yeah, maybe
Or
it's
no,
3 and 2.
or did he have 6?
I
He's
thought it
my-
was 3 and
He
3.
is my starting quarterback, so I got lots of points.
You have a
for
lot
him.
of fantasy points.
Thank you,
then.
Josh.
Wow,
What about-
nobody
You
cares
play
about your
fantasy?
fantasy team.
What about
I just
Baltimore?
mentioned
Can we
pass.
get Baltimore back in here? Come on.
Do they get to play Shador Sanders every week?
They do get to
Lamar?
play him one more time, right?
Mm.
Oh, no.
Lamar Jackson,
They're done with him. They get to play the Bengals 2 more times, though.
Miss Joe Flacco.
Blacko.
There's something about a pocket passer.
Yeah, I don't know. We're trying to come up with answers, but whatever happens, we are now in the day and age where the worst possible Super Bowl you can imagine will happen every year.
John, you know what this is?
Yeah.
We're in like the mid-aughts all over again, where it just was really weird.
Yeah.
Like there was
We
that
are.
stretch where it was just like that team won the Super Bowl. Every year we were saying that team won the Super Bowl. It was a bunch of wild card weirdos.
Mostly just the Patriots, right?
Well, and the Patriots, yes. But there was a stretch. They went a decade without
Do
winning.
you guys remember the last time the AFC felt this wide open at this point in the season?
Honestly, it's probably sometime in between one of the Patriots dynasty.
Yeah, it was pre Brady's second run.
It was probably when Roethlisberger got to Pittsburgh, because those were some weird years in the AFC. You know, the Patriots were always good, but they didn't always win the AFC.
I did feel like there was always like a favorite though. Like
and it was usually the Patriots.
yeah, we
Well, it was
don't.
usually the Patriots. They
Yeah.
just
yeah, I
you know,
guess
make
never
it.
mind. It was Brady and Manning.
Yeah, it was always going to be one of those two.
Yeah.
So I guess the answer to your question is no.
Hmm.
Unless it just ends up being Josh Allen, and then
Yeah.
we'll say, "Oh wow, it was
Should have
just
seen it
Josh
all along.
Allen." Yeah,
Stib says you don't have to like the Broncos, but you must respect the Broncos.
The Broncos.
or the Broncos,
Here we
excuse me.
go.
Wow, stop disrespecting the Broncos.
I can't trust them. Bo Nix is still their quarterback.
Yeah, that guy
he
sucks.
did make a couple throws to win the game yesterday, but I mean, I don't know. I can't.
Is Stibbs going to explain the whole taking the R out of Broncos?
I don't think he needs to. I just like it. I like calling.
I
them
know,
Broncos.
but I think I feel like there's an explanation here somewhere.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm not sure why either, but I like it. I
Hot
think
Danger
Stibb
says
started it.
y'all could change the name of this show to Wildcat Weirdos.
Wild
Wild card weirdos.
Wild Card Weirdos. Yeah.
That's
Wild
That could
Card
be the name of
Weirdos,
the
I
Connor
think, was
Happer
one of
show.
those off-brand '80s TV game shows that aired on like USA.
What was the name of your
Welcome
guys'
to Wild Card Weirdos.
What was the name of your guys' segment?
Cool your jets are no doubt.
What a
Nick,
segment.
Put down a calendar reminder for next football season that we
Wild
need
Card
to have a
Weirdos.
segment called Wild Card Weirdos.
So that will be our new Monday gimmick.
We check in on the playoff picture every week. on
Don't
Wild
say
Card Weirdos.
gimmick. That's negative connotation.
Good call. Also, I just realized, John, I forgot to put together my soft and firm for the week. I'll have to come up with a few of those before we get going.
Soft and firm.
I got things I'm soft and firm about.
More
Full mast?
soft than firm.
Full mass.
Full mast or not?
Yeah, John, when's the Nebraska ball segment on today's show? Is that 3:30 you're thinking today? A full breakdown of Nebraska, Oklahoma? Dirk Chatlin accosted me on Saturday because I tweeted about football during the basketball game. He said, "Why do you hate Nebraska ball?" I said, "They're on my other TV."
They had a quad on my box.
Yeah, they didn't get the volume. They did not get the volume.
Oh,
I was watching the god-awful Georgia-Texas game. Woof.
Yeah, that game sucked.
Yeah, that
they
was
had a
terrible.
quad on my box,
Yeah.
but I had to get them
They
out of
weren't
there.
good.
It was so nice to have ESPN back, and then my Wi-Fi went down for like a quarter of the day.
It's always something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Somebody, I'm guessing, dug into the wrong thing.
They clipped them.
Yeah.
Gotta
Not great.
clip ya,
Yeah.
just like your daddy.
Triggered.
What a movie!
What is that movie?
That is from the town.
That is a good movie.
Yeah.
A reminder that this week we are doing Spotlight.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
What, you guys still don't know what it's about?
Nope.
No.
I'm excited. I'm
I
excited. for you
told
guys
my
to watch
wife
it.
about it, and she said, "Wow, that's a depressing movie."
And it'll be.
I can't wait to watch it
When will you do the movie club?
on Friday.
Oh yeah, this is a normal.
You're
week.
talking about
This
next
is
week.
the last normal week.
This is a normal
Next week is the weird week. Yeah.
Cool.
We were talking about that off the air. But your show's going to be wild next Monday.
That'll be normal.
You'll probably be talking for like 2 minutes, and then it'll be like, all right, see you later.
Yeah, well, Matt Rule has his press conference.
That's why we
and,
call him 2 minute
and
happer.
then the show just ends after that. And
Wow. See you later.
Yeah,
Bye.
that's the story.
I did do a little recon there, Connor. It's a pretty long walk, but I forgot that there's a
A
tram
long walk.
that goes from the Excalibur to the Mandalay.
Yeah,
So it's half walking, half tramming.
I got in
If you wanna
touch
do it.
with our Vegas guy. We're good. We're gonna be
Mr. Tweet Deck?
no.
Oh,
no.
does Elon's weird death tunnel car thing go there?
Does whose?
Oh yeah, the Tesla tunnel thing.
Yeah.
I don't think so. We don't have Teslas anyway, so I don't know. Actually, I don't know where the entrance to that is.
Oh, it's secret tunnel.
Wait, there's a tunnel?
Yeah, there's like a weird tunnel.
Elon Musk
He
made a
tunneled
big tunnel
under Las Vegas?
He tunneled under Las Vegas to make a really weird Tesla only.
I think he just took
automated
over an
driving.
existing tunnel, maybe.
I don't know. I think he made the tunnel because the Boring Company. It's made to build underground things.
Wow. Okay, Nick, they might be very interesting. Why are you calling them boring?
That's literally what it's called.
The
John,
Boring Company.
That was
Yep.
funny, John. Hey, what do you think, John, before we go to break about this comment from Hot Danger? Why didn't it click? John's trying to walk a fine line. Pavelka has to retire at some point. If it lines up with Mac retires, might be a good time to make a heel turn.
John turns.
Sean, are you going to leave us to become the voice of Nebraska ball?
How about no?
Wow. Imagine how excited Jack Mitchell would be at that news. He would be pumped.
If anything, I would do the turn, but then it would be a double turn. And the whole broadcast would be, man, I thought Purdue should have won that one. And they'd be like, wait a minute, this guy's rooting against us.
It'd be quite the move.
There's a specific part of the Nebraska fan base that would be so mad if this happened.
What do you mean a specific part? How about the whole part?
Yes, probably,
quite
but
a
a
lot of
very
it, right?
It would be the
specific part.
whole part.
A very specific part would be. Yes, you're right, though, John. I would be happy for you.
I wouldn't.
I don't think John would ever
See,
make that decision.
I think the one thing that's
won't be my
tying
decision.
John,
Harry Carey was a Cardinals guy and then a Cubs guy,
White Sox guy.
White Sox guy and a Cubs
Yeah,
guy.
he
I mean,
was.
He did
He
it.
was.
Now-
He did it. He pulled it
He
off.
was.
John, is the main
But that's
thing
Harry Carey. I'm no.
Hi.
is the main thing tying you so hard to Creighton basketball is the 5 points bank 3-pointer? That's
Of
like
course.
that's a brand for you at this point.
It's a brand.
Did you guys see John's video?
I did.
Jinx.
Yes.
You owe me a soda, Nick.
I've
Go get-
requested the director's cut. We'll see what
Is there a
comes out of it.
director's cut?
Oh,
I
wow.
haven't seen it yet. We'll see.
That's exciting.
I haven't received any messages.
Very cool.
I had to be really careful. I didn't want to say anything too awkward during like off-air times because I was mic'd the
Still
whole time.
mic'd up.
Yeah.
That would
You
be
know.
funny if you did.
But the problem was it was all one-sided. So it was me talking to Taylor, but I was the only one that had the lav. So, it
He
was
could
me
have
just-
said like the smartest, most astute observation ever, and no one would know.
Nobody would have heard
Exactly.
I mean, unless they were listening on 16.
Or he could have said it-
1019 The K.
He could have said anything he wanted to try to make John crack up.
That's true. That's a great point.
It could have.
All right.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Good to see
We
you. Heifer.
have completed another crossover.
Very football crossover.
That was a lot of NFL.
Actually, you know what, Nick? I think I see just a tiny, tiny bit of blue sky. Tiny.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
Yeah,
say
he's in a
snowflakes.
different world.
I thought John
though.
didn't like blue sky.
Nice, Nick. Good reference.
John's in a completely different climate.
Yeah, Lincoln might as well be Narnia.
Yeah, it's a long ways
What?
away. It's not Omaha, John.
No, we're not Narnia. Whatever that is.
Whoa,
Oh.
that
nice
was
sleep,
close.
John.
Oh,
Nice job.
Got my blood pumping.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad. That's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. We will commence with the last normal week of the Husker football season next on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I just realized I lied. I've already made this an abnormal week because Nick didn't have to deal with any of the Matt Rule cuts today.
Oh yeah, that's why I wasn't as stressed today.
Why? How come?
Oh, well, because I have them all. I'm keeping them for myself.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to a brand new week of the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. I am John.
Hello.
He is Josh.
You good?
Yeah, I just
He
saw
is
something
Nick.
funny.
Hi.
And we are the Grum.
Did you see this, John? I mean,
Yeah, what?
this isn't Sports Flash, but it's pretty funny. From On 3, and this is actual On 3. This isn't one of those. What is the new thing that is
On
happening?
E.
On E, or I saw one this weekend.
On E, isn't that from the Entertainment Network?
Nice.
What was that show they used to do? Talk
What?
Soup?
Oh,
Talk
no,
soup.
wasn't it The Soup with Joel McHale?
Well,
show?
it was originally called Talk Soup,
Oh, really?
where all they did was they just clipped highlights from all the.
Yeah.
Back then, it was like the Oprahs and the Sally
Whoa,
Jesse
John, you
Raphaels.
are right. So The Soup was a revamped version of Talk Soup.
They made
Yeah.
a talk show that got highlights from other daytime talk shows.
Yes.
That's genius.
yeah, I was
And
gonna
then
say.
Oh
the
my God.
snarky host, I forget his name. Who was it?
Well, Joel McHale did it on the revamped version called The Soup.
Yeah, but I'm talking about OG.
Talk Soup host
It was someone. Was Kilborn? No, that's
Greg
Connie.
Kinnear. Is that you're thinking
Greg
of?
Kinnear.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
look at
yeah.
that. He did it
And they
first
would-
from
and they
91
would-
to 95.
And they would make fun of the different things that happened on Oprah, and what was it? Maybe I don't even know if Donahue was still around back then.
That's
but
incredible.
yeah.
So anyway,
Anyway.
yeah. So there are these pretend ones. This is a real thing. This is a real story from Pete Nakos from On 3. Are you ready for this, John? I'm just going to read you the tweet.
Hang on.
What? I have the story open.
Is
even.
this about Lane?
This is about the Lane train. This literally
Oh,
just
no.
dropped. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Ole Miss is looking for clarity this week about Lane Kiffin's future with the Rebels. Pete Nakos reports. Members of Kiffin's family visited Gainesville Sunday and Baton Rouge Monday.
Oh.
They're already house shopping. To which, John, I saw this tweet from, Aaron Torres, who is a national sports talk host. Lane Kiffin has taken the greatest regular season in Ole Miss history and turned it into a circus in a season where Mike Elko, Kurt Signetti, Matt Rule have signed contract extension. He owes it to the school and their fans to give them clarification on his future. This is embarrassing.
What is that?
Yeah, nice drop, Nick.
Thank you.
But is it but who's it embarrassing for? Lane or for Ole Miss?
Well, that's a good question.
I mean, Lane's just playing the game, right?
Sure. This is what happens.
What is that?
This
This is what
You know.
happens. He's leaving, right? I mean, if they're getting all willy-nilly and worry-burry during this week, I think he's probably
now I forget
his
I
quotes
forget-
after the game on Saturday made me think he's bailing on that
Ooh,
place.
what'd he say?
Now
This place sucks. I hate these
he
kids.
said
Pretty
he
much.
said, I love what we're doing here today. Was awesome. To even talk about it right now would be so disrespectful to our players and how well they played today. We've got a lot of things going on here, doing really well, and I love it here.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a guy who's staying.
I love it here.
It's good.
Now his daughter is dating the linebacker from LSU.
Correct. Yes.
Can't number 40. I can't
Sure.
I can never can't remember his name. But anyway, he's a pretty good player.
Mhm.
So maybe that's why they went to Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Just to see how
see what about Gainesville? What's the excuse for going to Gainesville this week?
I mean, it's Florida.
It's very nice weather.
There's tourism in Gainesville.
There is tourism you're almost to Disney World.
Basically.
Boom. Great point, Nick. Good
Are
job
you
by
almost to Disney World? Isn't it still like a 8-hour drive
It's
or something?
very, yeah, Florida is big.
Florida's very big.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's imagine that could have been us this week.
I know.
Instead, here's what we get as we bring you the Grum Down, presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of getting what we could have gotten, which was 2 weeks of will he go? How much does he love Penn State?
That was a great
now
week for our algo.
We get one final normal week, but now we're talking about the kickoff time.
Oh boy.
And what about the arrival back home? It's going to be late. They have a short week, and it's an early game against Iowa.
I wish the media members who are complaining about this would just say, I don't like that it's a late game because it's affecting me.
Damn it. Oh, damn it. See, I'm the one that should be complaining. I'm the one that doesn't like night games that don't mean anything. And if you have to do a call-in show afterwards, even though it won't be as late as the last one.
Happer was talking about that earlier. He said, I don't like it because it affects me.
Uh-huh.
But he didn't say anything about the team. They'll be fine.
I would not want to stay up until 11 p.m. talking about what happened in the Huskers Penn State game.
I would. I told John, I said, do you want me to do the show for you? Because I know you have an early Sunday. And he said, no, it's actually not early. I'm fine.
Yeah, my Sunday's not early.
I was happy to take the MARTA baton from him, but throw the baton away. It's not even a baton. I
wow,
love
you're
talking
right.
ball.
You were willing to do it for me, but not for Hap.
That's true. I like to work with you every day,
Yeah,
Just do another show with John.
But we won't have a chance to react to it next week.
That's true. Maybe I should ask Happer if he wants me to fill in.
Well, I won't be able to watch the last part of the game.
What marriage slop is this weekend?
It's not marriage slop, Josh. It's
Marriage.
Formula One slop. They're racing in Vegas on Saturday night.
That's even worse.
It's my favorite slop.
That's even worse.
Give it to me.
Back to the Grum Down we go.
Yep.
Brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The local basketball was good.
Ooh, it was
That's
good.
short good, not good.
Good.
Dribble, pass, shoot. Basketball is fun.
fun.
The NFL was also good.
It's okay.
But it
was.
It
fine.
was.
It was fine. It's fine.
What was wrong with it?
Just my team is bad. That's what's wrong with it.
Your team didn't even play yet, and they're going to play the Raiders tonight and win by probably 30.
Is this true?
You'll be fine.
Can you confirm this?
The Raiders are terrible.
It's not your story to tell, John.
Unless this is the game where Ashton Genty decides he wants
Good
to
Lord.
play
there
like
you
he used
go.
to.
See, Nick knows ball.
I could have done with one more week of no ESPN. The CFP picture is starting to come into focus.
Yes, it is.
Starting.
Yes.
Starting.
Yes, we're almost there.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
The Chiefs are in TROUBLE trouble.
I know you already said the NFL was good. I mean, aren't those Chiefs bad? NFL good. Kind of goes together, doesn't it?
Soft and firm.
Yep, which I'll be typing up during the commercials.
Cool your jets.
Cool your jets, or no doubt.
No doubt that Michael Severe Monday is today because it's Monday.
Nice.
And Matt Rule did the talkie thing, too, that Nick didn't have to deal with.
I appreciate you, John. I got a lot done today
That's
because
the
of
second
that.
straight Monday he hasn't had to do that because I didn't have him upload any clips last week.
You didn't.
Yeah.
Even though he said many important things like we're rich now, we have lots and lots of money,
We
and
can
we're
get
going to
whoever
spend it
we
on
want.
players.
Yeah, that's true.
We can get everybody. All the free agents are going to come here. We're going to have a 200-man roster. Wow. He maybe didn't say that part. That's the Grum Down, presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. I'm surprised
At?
but then I'm not surprised
At?
because we've been quoting the K Ford all season long, and despite their horrific season and the fact that this team circled the drain about a month and a half ago.
That guy doesn't tweet at us anymore.
and then sank into the drain
Mm.
and is now mixed in with all the sewage, that Penn State has still been one of the top power teams. You look at the SP Plus, you look at K Ford, you look at all those. Penn State still has respectable rankings. Certainly not where they were when they were top 2, top 3. But while they dropped out of the human polls many weeks ago, they're still respected by the members of the analytic community
I respect
and the betting community.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a little surprised that Penn State was at one point yesterday a 10-point favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I look now
What is
on
the
the-
latest line?
We're at
on the
10-point
various odds
My God.
of the bigger books out there, like BetMGM, Caesars, DraftKings, FanDuel. They're all unanimous.
9.5?
Penn State minus 9.5 points.
It did seem a bit large, didn't it, Nick?
Feels a little stinky.
Yeah, John, I saw that line because that's the first thing I do every Sunday. I wake up, I go and I look at the line. Very rarely this year have I been shocked. That one,
Were you shocked?
I was. I thought that Penn State would be a favorite. I know you're right about what the analytics have said about this team all year. Like, that has not changed. They're still in like the top 30 in terms of all the power ratings. But as we've discussed many times, point spreads are not just a pure prediction of the game, but it is also trying to get money on both sides of the number.
What this seems like to me is throughout every year, except for this year where it's actually going to hit, where Vegas puts out Nebraska's total and everybody's like, oh, you got to get the under. They're obviously going to go over 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
They do that specifically to get money out of you. And it
Mhm.
feels like that this is just to get money out of the Penn State people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the other part about it, John, that I thought was, wow, if this line is so stinky, maybe they are going to win by 11 points.
Oh.
Like, that was because there have been some weird lines like that over the years. I mean, hell, we've been doing it, John, over the last month. Remember, Cincinnati goes on the road at Utah, and everyone's like, what on earth?
Yeah.
10.5? Cincinnati's good. And they got destroyed. And then same thing happened the next week. BYU on the road at Texas Tech. What on earth? BYU is good. And what happened? They got destroyed.
Losing a night game to Penn State by 11 points on a short week before you play Iowa.
Maybe I.
Yes,
maybe
I'm sure for the Vegas odds makers, they were like, "Hey, did you know that Nebraska's going to play an 11 o'clock game the day after Thanksgiving? Add another 3 points on to Penn State, would you?" No. Yeah, I'm sure they were really looking at that. You're right. I mean, usually lines like this, if anything, it'll give Nebraska a chance to really. Now, this won't end the ranked losing streak.
No.
But have to do a little research here. But trying to remember the last time Nebraska was this big of a road dog and won.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you're probably going all the way back to the Colorado Restore the Order game in 2005.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure that's the one. And
You
they
know
were,
what?
I
You
think they
are
were
probably right.
17-point underdogs.
Wow.
And they won that game 30-3.
I believe you are
That was a
correct.
great day. Man, I was talking a lot of mess. I went on Colorado message boards that summer and talked trash to them and called them redneck hillbillies because I was in high school and I didn't realize how pretty it was in Boulder. But I stand by it.
Boulder's beautiful.
Yeah, 20 years later, I stand by it.
You're getting your mountain ranges confused.
Yeah, I made a mistake.
Getting your mountain range.
I made a bit of a mistake, Nick. We can't all be perfect when we're 17 years old.
Listen,
Or
you can
16.
still be a hillbilly and come from the Rocky Mountains. I'm sure there's many of them in the Rocky
Poll
Mountains.
question. Can you be a hillbilly and come from the Rocky Mountains?
All right. Oh, well, guess what?
Is there a different one?
Yeah, Iowa 3 years ago.
How
They
big
were
of a...
10.5.
Iowa, you suck. That's hilarious.
10.5.
They lost again this weekend. Did you see that?
I did.
Man, I feel better about my column by the day. Now they can't dunk on me with it.
I
Thank
was
God.
out and about this weekend, but I had the game pulled up on my phone, just
Yeah.
looking at the score every chance I got.
Yeah.
And then when I saw what the final was, I'm like, well, what the hell happened here?
They did not play very well in the second half.
Yeah, they didn't do well. But the win before that was the Colorado game in 2005 when they were
Restore the order.
17.5-point
Look at that.
dogs.
People doubted Bill Callahan. D'Lo comments a few moments ago.
Foot fools.
He says, Look at their last month. 1-point loss at Iowa, played at Ohio State level for a half. Last play lost to Indiana and beat Sparty, most talented
so
team Nebraska will face since Ohio State last year.
I mean, you think do you think they're more talented than Michigan?
Yeah, I think so. Certainly there's a conversation to be had about those two teams could be fairly even. That's fair.
Yeah.
But one of at the very least the second most talented team since the game last year.
I mean, Dennis Sutton is very good and he'll get a lot of draft stuff, and Katron Allen is really good. I'm trying not to let their record and their performance cloud my vision here of their talent level.
Again, I thought they'd be the favorite. I thought it was going to be a field goal. That's the part that surprises me, is that it's 10 or right now 9.5.
I thought it might push a touchdown.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm a little less surprised than you, but I'm still mildly surprised.
I do wonder, and we can talk about this with Furman on Thursday, how much of it is just the pure matchup? How much of it is that Nebraska has a true freshman quarterback starting his second game? And certainly this will be a much tougher road environment than the one he saw at the Rose Bowl.
Well, it'll actually be a road environment.
Yes, that's true. There will be an environment.
Now, you won't get the full Penn State experience. I can't imagine their fans will be that enthused. But, Penn State, they don't have the vaunted sellout streak, but, they're the Penn State community and the Nebraska community can be very similar.
Mm-hmm.
They'll still show up. It'll still be spirited, and they still are playing to get into a bowl game, right?
They are, because they
salvage
won this weekend.
To salvage the season. I keep waiting for Penn State to just throw in the towel, but they obviously haven't.
They have
so
fought
you
very
have
hard
to go into this weekend assuming that they're going to be, full spirit, full go, ready to, defend home field. And I assume it's their last home game, right?
It is, yeah, senior day for them.
So yeah, you're going to have a lot of seniors. So yeah, they'll be as spirited as one could expect.
Yeah.
Right.
Honestly, for them to play like they haven't over the last few weeks with the loss to Ohio State and then taking Indiana to the limit and then to come back like they did and I mean, pretty much dominate, I guess the game was closer than the final score indicates against Michigan State on Saturday, but they pull away late. They win by 18 points. It's certainly impressive that they've been able to rally the troops. The game against Iowa, very impressive. They had a halftime lead. Now, part of that was, stupidity from Kirk Ferentz on kicking that long field goal.
Yeah.
But still, they had the first half lead. And so, I've been fairly impressed for a lost season. Like we saw a lost season around here 3 seasons ago when they fired Scott Frost after 3 games when they should have fired him the previous year.
Mm-hmm.
And they fought hard too. But at a certain point, the floor fell out, and it was just like, they're going to be this type of football team. And yet they rallied and they beat Iowa in the season finale, as John just mentioned. So, we've seen it happen before. Let's see if it can happen again on Saturday. The line is so stinky, though, that it makes me wonder if they're going to, win by 13 or something like that.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Don't forget those $100 gift certificates for Prairie Flower are a weekly prize. So go to 1620thezone.com and make sure you register. $100 coming your way. I mean, can't beat that. Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline is also a text line, 402-951-1620. J Tech Construction Zone Twitter at USC 1620.
Yeah.
And Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. That is what we got coming up. We'll hear a little bit from Matt Rule, who tried to put a positive spin on some things. And did he pull a reversal on something that he said about 3 weeks ago? That and more on the matchup against Penn State. So great to have you with us. Enjoy it, kids. We've spent all year.
I hate you.
We've spent all year gearing up for the season. We were just hitting our stride, with our weekly segments and doing this and doing that and guests and talking up the game. And now this is the last normal one that we have for 5 days because, as you know, the team gets back really, really late on Saturday, and that's just going to throw everything off.
They'll be so tired.
And thus, we only get three. Actually, we only get like the equivalent of, I don't even know, because we don't even know what the schedule is Wednesday. We might only have the equivalent of a show and a half next week.
You are a monster. You know that? You are a monster. Listen to the
How-
glee.
There's no glee. I'm just stating facts.
Some of
we
us
might have the equivalent of a show and a half next week.
Some of us like working and talking about this team, and yet you're so excited for a day off.
No, okay, Josh.
You are so excited for a day off.
There's a silver lining here, Josh.
What's that?
We can start
Forgot the
previewing
wink.
Creighton baseball.
Oh, wait, we can't start counting down to the 2026 season. Ooh, have you seen the schedule next year, John? It's a lot harder.
That's what I've heard. I've heard it's very, very tough.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very tough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll get into all of it and more next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Shop Woodhouse Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on the full lineup of 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe gas and hybrid models. Plus, rest easy with Hyundai Owner's Assurance, America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Visit us online at woodhousehyundai.com or woodhouseplacehyundai.com today. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra, $299 doc fee due at signing. Must finance through Hyundai Motor Finance. Stock number H260157. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Offer expires December 1st, 2025. See dealer for details.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Back here on the Grum, 402-951-1620. This week's Zone Deal is for the Backlot Pizza and Kitchen in Elkhorn, 204th and Q, Detroit-style pizza. They got a great cocktail menu, too. They're famous for their old fashions and their Detroit-style pizza. And you can listen to Connor Happer this week for your chance to win $50 worth of gift vouchers. It's also our Zone Deal, which means those $50 gift vouchers are only $25. So be on alert this week, 1620thezone.com for our zone deals for Backlot Pizza and Kitchen. Speaking of deals, we have Creighton basketball tickets to give away today.
Whoa!
And Omaha basketball tickets to give away tomorrow.
How are we doing that?
I don't know.
Awesome.
It's up to Nick.
Nick, I love Nick's giveaways.
My giveaways famously always work out. Maybe we'll do the spooky game again.
No, not the spooky game. That's
People
the
love
worst
the
contest of all time.
That did not work well.
I thought it would
Did not work well
Tell
for anyone.
Nick your favorite part of teeth.
You know what? In honor of the Dolphins winning yesterday, they don't do that much anymore.
What are we doing?
Whenever you hear B caller 6.
Caller 6. How many of these
And
do we have to give
how
away?
many? Yeah.
We have exactly.
One of these days we're going to
I
know
believe
this
it's-
number when we ask.
Yeah, one of these days.
Was
Well,
it
we'll-
4? It's usually 4.
3. We have a lot of tickets, so I just needed to get my numbers straight because we have some of one and some of the other.
I see. Okay.
That's all.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Some of one, some of the other. By the way, that was the same also. That's also the same sound that goes through Mike McDaniel's head when he has to make a decision. It's just like,
he won,
anyway.
John.
Got him.
Yeah, he beat Washington.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cowboys did that even.
That's true. All right, so be listening for that, and we'll get you some Creighton men's basketball tickets. They're playing North Dakota on Wednesday night over at the CHI Health Center.
We have
at
two
the
pairs.
time God intended primetime games to begin.
9:30.
7.
Wow, that's even later than the
7.
Nebraska Penn State game, but you don't see people whining about it.
Gee, what's going to happen to Creighton's arrival time back in their dorm?
2 pair. We have 2 pair of
All
tickets.
right.
All right.
2 pair.
So not this time, but next time you hear B caller 6.
All right.
We also will have an update for you on private equity and the Big Ten coming up. But first, speaking of late arrival times, Matt Rule was standing at the plate. I'm guessing he's a righty. He's up there. He's getting ready to swing. It's slow pitch softball league. And someone just threw a big, lazy, slow pitch softball right over the plate and said, Matt, what do you think about playing Penn State at night?
They want us to play on national TV, so I love it.
What was that noise?
You know, our league is unique in that they have tolerances for certain teams. So certain teams have in the rules that they don't have to play late in the year. We don't have those tolerances, so go play on NBC, national TV. You know, do I love getting back at 3:00 in the morning and playing Friday at 11? Yeah, we'll go do something tough.
Can you play that? John, yeah, can you just send that to me?
I want that. That was incredible.
I love that noise.
That was him trying to figure out.
They want us to play on.
That was awesome. I thought something was broken for a second.
I wish I had that drop before I did the Dolphins drop.
Yeah, that could. Oh, can we change it on the fly, Nick? If John gets this,
Save it for tomorrow. We can use it for tomorrow.
Perfect. That was, by the way.
They want us to play on national TV.
I seriously thought, wow, the MP3 something screwed up in John's computer. That was awesome.
No, it's just and he didn't pound.
What a great answer. Look at the positives. You get to be on NBC. NBC has the best high definition of any of the channels.
They do. They really
so that's
do.
tight for your fans. Also, John, do you remember when Nebraska first joined the Big Ten Conference? One of the biggest complaints at that time. Do you remember it? And if you don't know where I'm leading you, I can.
They don't play any night games in November.
Boom! People complained about that all the time. And now you finally get one. And everyone's being so whiny about it. I mean, look, I get it. You're going to get home late and it's a short week. But John, if they played at 2:30, would it really be that big of a difference? What are we talking about? 1 a.m. versus 3 a.m., midnight versus 3 a.m. I mean, come on.
But those extra 3 hours make all the difference. It's not like they have a large bloated staff that can't scout ahead.
Yeah, like, look, CBS had the #1 pick this week, and they chose Oregon USC, and Fox,
which was a great choice.
Fox always wants Ohio State, and so here it is. Like, that's why the game is at night. It's cool. Plus, no, that's exactly how I feel. Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm pumped.
Yeah, but the end was pretty funny too.
Do I love getting back at 3 o'clock in the morning and playing Friday at 11? Yeah.
Me too, Matt. Yeah, great answer.
Now, it's a great answer, but he ain't telling the truth about the last one.
You know what, though, John?
He didn't. But he's not making an excuse publicly.
I am happy that this is the approach. We've talked about it before. I am a believer in you talking into existence positive things.
Manifest.
If you wake up and say, today's going to suck, I bet the day's going to suck for you.
Yep.
If you wake up and say, it's time to have a kick-ass day, I think you're more likely to have a good day. Now, can things happen that alter your day? Of course. But I am a believer in speaking positivity into existence. And so I'm happy that he's making that weird noise and that he's not complaining about it like Lincoln Riley did.
That's not really it's not a positive noise.
It can be, you can manifest that noise to be whatever you want it to be.
It's the noise you see when you see the possum outside.
That could be vinegar strokes. You don't even know what that noise is, man.
Vinegar strokes?
Google it. Maybe not on the work computer.
I can't believe you just went there, but yes, that's
Lincoln
true.
Riley complained about it like a month and a half ago, and his team lost, and I think that played a part in his team losing. Also, John, like, NFL teams do this all the time. NFL teams have insane, weird schedules. When Mitch Holthus brings it up, people make fun of him in the chat for 5 minutes. Oh, look at Mitch making excuses. Look at him making excuses. And now when Nebraska does it, some of these same people want to make excuses. So I am appreciative of Matt Rule approaching it this way. Even if he obviously doesn't feel that way in his heart, I'm happy that he is saying it publicly.
All right, I'm going to take it in the opposite direction because this answer.
You disagree with me.
No. The next quote that we're going to play back from today's press conference. Think about 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Oh, that was a weird week for me.
Whatever.
That was a really weird week for me. Which day of that week, John? Wednesday night after 11, maybe?
Yeah. And how Matt Rule was asked about Penn State and had all the glowing things to say about, yeah, I mean, it was home to me. I met my wife there, and it was great, and everything was good.
Ice cream.
Here was his response today to the question about the emotions he will have going back to Penn State.
I spoke earlier to you guys about how much I love my time there, but it's just different for me, Sam, because I've been back so many times. The only things I feel, to be quite honest, was like my grandfather had season tickets at Penn State. And so, he's no longer living, right? My grandmother's no longer living. So just the people that poured into me and meant a lot to me in my life, just they won't be there for this. I have a great picture when we beat Penn State at Temple in 2015. I have a great picture of my uncle Chuck Splonsky, who was he's in the Pennsylvania High School Coaches Hall of Fame, runs up and he's getting ready to hug me, and he's no longer living, but passed away during COVID. So I'll think a lot about probably, people that would have been at that game that aren't here. But outside of it, I mean, I have a lot of respect for Terry. I have a lot of respect for their team. But I want this week to be 100% about our players. I want our guys to play their best football game. And so, that's really all I feel.
He was negotiating the contract 3-4 weeks ago when he was talking about Penn State. Now he no longer is, so he doesn't have as many nice things to say about him this time.
Yeah, I mean, now all of that is, I'm sure it's true.
Sure.
I mean, and it's a good answer, but it's not 180 degrees, but it's like 165 degrees opposite of how he answered. Not the exact same question, but a question adjacent to it when he was in the midst of being a free agent in theory, or at least Penn State being interested in him.
Yep.
So he's completely downplayed it entirely. I mean, yeah, I get it. Loved ones who were there when he was there aren't there anymore. And so, you might be thinking about that. And his mind has moved on, right?
Because
But I guarantee you 4 weeks ago, there were thoughts dancing in his head about him wearing the same colors as Joe Paterno did and walking the same sideline and being the head coach at the place where he was a walk-on and what a perfect story it would tell. I guarantee you those thoughts were in his head. Now, obviously, he did not act on those thoughts, or maybe he wasn't given the opportunity to act on those thoughts. We don't know. But he did decide to come back to Nebraska, and there's no question now he's going to be here for the foreseeable future. But yeah, it does seem a bit different in terms of attitude and scope.
Yep.
And it just shows you how much dramatically the weeks could have been. If this would have carried out, right? If this thing still would have carried out over the last few weeks, and Josh never would have gotten that story and never would have put it out there and never would have spoiled the surprise, and then McAfee would have been canceled, and the podcast would have, the server for the podcast thing didn't work, and there was no way to announce to the world that there was going to be a contract extension. Yeah, maybe this week would have been a whole lot different. Heck, we were talking about it 4 weeks ago and saying, can you imagine what these weeks are going to be like? Well, it never got to that point. It never got to that point. But it was interesting to hear how he answered that question versus the one where he was talking all the good things about Penn State a month ago.
He was indeed. Hey, speaking of Penn State, we don't need to play the whole sports flash little sounder, but I mean, you can give it just maybe a little skosh. I meant like to the sports flash part. Sports flash. Thank you. CBS Sports is reporting that Virginia Tech is hiring James Franklin.
Oh,
former Penn State head coach. There was a lot of scuttlebutt about this happening over the weekend, and it looks like it is now official. Will Backus, you know him from CBSSports.com. He's reporting that James Franklin is going to Virginia Tech.
Congrats.
That's a way better hire than I would have expected them to make.
Yeah.
I thought Franklin was going to end up at a pretty solid school, John. I'll be honest. Virginia Tech ain't solid anymore.
Well, there's still a chance for them. I mean, yeah, solid in the sense that they're not in one of the big two. I still think there's a chance. I mean, let's face it. Virginia Tech has always had an underdog mentality about it, right?
Yes.
And now Franklin gets to play the underdog role as the comeback kid. So I'm with you. I thought, there might be
like, I thought he could have ended up at Florida. Like, there was a world where Florida could have tabbed him. And maybe that was an unrealistic idea in my mind.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or if a Kentucky made a move, or I don't think he would work in Arkansas. Maybe. I don't know.
Because, he made his first good job, or his first job, right, was at Vandy, and he did such a wonderful job there.
Honestly, the thought that crossed my mind when he went on game day after he got fired was, what if Ferentz decides to hang it up after this year? That might be a good fit at Iowa.
Yeah, it'd be way different in terms of how he approaches his job. Like, I think he's a culture guy, but he is also a talent guy. He's just not a game day coaching guy, which is kind of the opposite of what Iowa has been. I mean, they're a culture school with great game day coaching, but like their recruiting, it's fine, but it has never been, anywhere near a Penn State.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what happens with their defensive dynasty whenever Ferentz decides to hang it up.
Oh, wow. Look at you, Nick.
Yeah.
Wondering about Mr. Parker and what's going to happen with him. Parker.
All right. Back to the clips.
In tricks.
Here was Matt Rule today talking about TJ Lateef going up against Penn State's defense.
I just want him to go play. They've got a ferocious pass rush. Number 33 is, besides having 5 sacks, 8.5 tackles for loss, he's also got 3 block punts. I mean, he is just fantastic, and it's not just him, right? They've got good players up and down the defensive line, all 3 levels. So TJ's gonna. There's gonna be times where there's gonna be pressure, and he's gonna have to reverse out and go make a play and run. And I want him to play free. I want him to go out there and let it rip. If he starts, sometimes the first game, the second game you start to don't overthink too much. Just go out there and play through the play through the good plays and play through the bad plays and just say one snap at a time.
33, by the way, that would be Danny Dennis Sutton, who is
He is very good.
he will be hearing his name on the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later. And then a little bit more on TJ Lateef and how he needs to lead as a freshman.
We're going to be standing on that sideline. It's going to be just us, right? Kind of together, huddled together. And you better feel like, every single guy there would sacrifice and do anything for you. And while TJ doesn't have to be like a vocal leader, he's our quarterback, and your quarterback is your leader. And so I just see the way he comes into the building. I see the way that he practices. I've seen it since day one. He takes accountability for everything good and bad. And I think players love that. So he'll be ready. I'm convinced he'll be ready. And that doesn't mean this isn't a challenge. This is a top 25 defense. But he's not playing by himself. It's going to take all the other guys, and it's going to take us on defense and special teams. And I think our team will be committed to being a team on Saturday, and that's what it takes.
So there are a few of the highlights of Matt Rule today at his press conference. He also talked a little bit about the national attention that Emmett's been getting. Maybe we'll play that a little bit later on. Asked about Dylan Raiola today and his recovery from injury. And it has been noted, and one of our posters there on the YouTube comment section did mention, Penn State has been in a lot of close games.
They have. Yep.
While they haven't won many because they famously lost 6 in a row, they were all close.
Yeah.
They were all right there and had a chance to go in the other direction.
Here's the thing, though. If you're, holding on to hope for Nebraska, they lost close games to Indiana. They lost close game. Well, they were playing close enough to Ohio State, comparatively speaking. They also lost to UCLA, a team Nebraska beat. They lost to Northwestern, a team Nebraska beat. They were in a bit of a game that we talked about earlier with Michigan State, where it was close deep into the second half. So, they are not infallible. That's why they are 4-6 right now. But they are a very, very talented football team. Very talented football team.
All right, when we continue, we'll update you on the latest with Big Venture Capital. There has been a significant update today.
And I think people might like it.
We'll tell you about that. The basketball was good, and Mitch Sherman still to come in this hour of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. And don't forget, be listening for Nick's Dolphin Sounder.
That's right.
And caller 6 will get tickets to see the Jays play on Wednesday night, a game you can hear right here on 1620 The Zone, starting with the pregame at 6, tip-off at 7, Jays versus North Dakota on 1620 The Zone. We spent some time last week discussing the Big Ten Conference and its flirtation with private equity, specifically UC Investments, which is the firm that handles the retirement and pension fund for the University of California's university system, and how that was going to be the new investor into the Big Ten. And this was the venture capital money that was going to come in and provide all this money, over $2 billion up front, and basically buy in to the Big Ten Conference, become a partner, get a share, at least a share. They would have been one of 20 shares, right? Because you have 18 schools. You have the conference office itself, which gets a share, and then UC Investments would get a share of whatever revenues the Big Ten brings in. So in other words, as Nebraska goes out and plays late games on the East Coast and has to fly back to the Midwest at dark 30, they're doing it for the big TV dollars that they're getting from NBC. UC Investments, as part of their investment, would get a similar TV revenue cut, because they would essentially become like a 20th slice of the pie. That's how they were going to get paid back, right? Well, Michigan and USC, especially Michigan, because they've been the most vocal, strongly opposed the deal. Last week, we told you that the president of the Michigan Board of Trustees, or Board of Regents, I believe it's what it's called, said, "Why would you kill the golden goose?" Speaking of Michigan and Ohio State and the money-making enterprise that is the Big Ten Conference. Why would we do that? Why would we invite this in? Well, a statement has been put out this afternoon by the chief investment officer of UC Investments, the private equity firm, which reads...
You gonna read the whole thing?
No, I'm going to just snip a couple of paragraphs. UC Investments remains very excited about the opportunity to invest in a potential business subsidiary of the Big Ten Conference to be known as Big Ten Enterprises. Over the past 2 years, the conference has conducted a rigorous and highly professional process involving several world-class investors to bring this forward-looking vision to reality. I love how these things are written.
The vision?
They always make it sound like these grandiose, flowery, idealistic plans.
They will be, John. They're great plans.
Skipping ahead, as we have continued to evaluate this opportunity over the past 5 months, we remain convinced that the unity of the 18 Big Ten university members is key to the success of Big Ten enterprises. We also recognize that some member universities need more time to assess the benefits of their participation. UC Investments likewise requires some additional time to complete our due diligence as recent developments unfold and we continue to engage with the conference. In other words, for now, the plug has not been connected. It's kind of like the Christmas lights that I was forced to put up this weekend.
Oh, we both put up Christmas lights this weekend.
They're hanging.
Handshake me,
They're
John.
there.
Too early.
But your boy ain't plugging nothing in.
But did your wife?
I only plugged them in momentarily to make sure that everything was working.
But she'll
then
probably
I pulled the plug.
But then she probably will go and plug it in when you're asleep.
Well, no, I'll see it. It'll be illuminating. No. They will not be turned on until after God's holiday, Thanksgiving.
Interesting. This is pretty fascinating in all seriousness.
Yes, it is.
Is it like, do we give Michigan and USC credit, in particular Michigan, because they've been
Yes.
insanely vocal, right?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but
give a hand to the Wolverines. Say it, John. Go
Thank you.
Blue.
Thank you, Michigan.
Thank you, Connor Stallions. Thank you, Jim Harbaugh. Thank you, Michigan.
Okay, we're
men.
not thanking those two buffoons. But yes, we are. Actually, we're specifically thanking the Michigan Board of Regents
because they have gone ham on this news.
Because they jumped in and said, hell no.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a bad idea. Why would we sign an extension to the grant of rights?
Mm-hmm.
Why would we sign over that power for an investment that we don't need?
Yeah.
We make plenty of money in this conference.
They literally, I had
We
a
don't
quote.
need this.
I had a quote on the show last week from a Michigan person that said basically those words. Why would we do this? We are the Golden Goose and Ohio State. Why would you cook the Golden Goose? This isn't an aggressive move by Michigan to break anything up. If anything, it's an aggressive move on Tony's part to break up the Big Ten. It's headed towards blowing things up. That was a source to The Athletic. Mark Bernstein, who we've quoted on this story before, the University of Michigan is not desperate. They were viewing this like they should. We don't need this money. Why would we do this? Why would we give up future earnings to, again, pay off debts? Is that what we're talking about? It is an asinine or was an asinine idea. I am very happy that this seems to be the case. Now I'm really hoping, John, that we can get some Nebraska people on the record about this and find out if it's not going to happen, hey, how did you feel about it? Because my theory last week was the reason we weren't hearing from Nebraska, even though I don't think they liked it, was because they didn't want to upset the apple cart. Well, now maybe there is no apple cart to be upset. I would like to know what they think about it on the record.
Now, Ross Dellinger, who basically has turned into the sports business reporter of college athletics, tweeted out earlier today that Friday, 23 board members representing 12 Big Ten universities held a call with the American Council of Trustees and Alumni regarding this deal. And many of those who were on the call oppose the deal, or at least want to pause. Board members from 6 Big Ten universities spoke on the call. They were from Michigan, Minnesota, USC, Penn State, and Maryland. They were representing their own personal feelings. Interesting, because now you actually have people from other schools being linked. And again, these are board members. So this would be like if, Tim Clare, who is and I'm not saying he did this, he wasn't, but this would be like if one of the Board of Regent members at Nebraska was in this meeting and said, we've got issues. One of the things that has been a sticking point for some on this is that this decision, when it was going to be made, was only going to be made at the presidential level.
Yes.
That the elected officials of the public schools weren't going to vote on this or weren't going to have a say. When Nebraska joined the Big Ten, Tom Osborne and Harvey Perlman went to the Board of Regents and said, we're laying out our case. And the Board of Regents said, we back you. So even if they didn't necessarily need it, they went and got it so that everyone was on the same page. Obviously, not everyone was on the same page at a lot of schools. And so some of these board members actually spoke out about it on Friday. And Dellinger thought that, hey, this could be an interesting week. Well, it has turned into an interesting week because now the folks that would be doing the investing, UC Investments, have decided we're going to put pause on this as well, because they want to make sure that everyone wants to be involved. And
it's not good if Michigan and USC don't want to do this.
No, it's not, because again, this is all tied to extending the grant of rights, which is essentially linking yourself to the conference for an extra 10 years. And Michigan and USC have been most against it. The smaller schools, I say the smaller Big Ten schools, the ones, that really have benefited from being in the Big Ten, and I would say Nebraska is one of them.
Yeah,
benefited
sadly,
in a financial and a stability standpoint.
Oh yeah,
maybe not so much with the results on the field, at least in football.
But you're in the conference that you want to be in for
exactly
the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Exactly. You have stability. You have lots of money coming in. You're the richest conference. Some of the smaller schools would like that extension of the grant of rights, because that means they get to still rub shoulders with Michigan and Ohio State. And the idea of a super league, the big boys, the biggest brands, splintering off and creating their own thing, becomes less and less likely.
So I say this is good for the fans too, right? Because now at the very least, you know that this thing is potentially going to stay together. You know, I mean, that's the hope, right? Like the longer you can push off any form of a super league, I think is going to be good for people. Of course, there are no
but
guarantees.
the theory is if you would have extended the grant of rights, the super league idea theoretically wouldn't have started for another 10 more years. But my thinking has always been, this isn't going to be about Alabama and Michigan and Ohio State and Florida coming together as a one super league. I still think it's going to be like the old NFL and the AFL, with the Big Ten representing the NFL and the SEC representing the AFL. It's not a 1-to-1 because
I know what you mean, though. Yeah.
But that those two leagues will separate themselves so far from the rest of the pack that it essentially becomes a de facto super league where those two are dictating everything, and the rest either have to play along at a much reduced rate or they just drop off.
Yeah.
That's how I think this is eventually going to go, that the Big Ten and the SEC are just going to continue to pull further and further away, and essentially they'll be seen as the major leagues of college football, and everybody else will be relegated in either in principle or in perspective or in what's the word I'm looking for? Perception as a step down.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I think.
And maybe you're right. Because I pretty much agreed with you. You know, every time we've talked about this, but the one possibility of Michigan and USC in theory leaving, you know, in 10 years, I think could have maybe kickstarted that in a different way, maybe an even scarier way, because suddenly then a big brand, a big program from the Big Ten Conference is potentially on the outs with the league. And so at the very least that isn't going to be happening, you know, or at least we don't have to have a countdown clock on for.
No, we don't. And by the way, this is, and I'm responding really in part to some of the comments I'm seeing in the YouTube comment section. There are folks who believe that, well, this is the money that Matt Rule is talking about when he's talking about now we have more money to pay the players.
No, that's not what he's talking about.
No, that is not. Now, some people might think it, but remember, according to the rules, rev share is capped at $20.5 million
for now.
The teams right now today with the so-called $40 million rosters, that's rev share plus third-party NIL, which is separate.
Mm-hmm.
This money goes to the schools who directly control revenue sharing. This does not go to 1890. If Nebraska is going to compete with the $40 million rosters, that money comes from 1890.
Correct. It's donor money.
Yeah. So now, you know, some will think that, you know, they'll try to funnel it in some way. And we've already talked about the fact that if you're using this to pay off coaching contracts or to pay off, you know, or to offset coaching salaries, you're making a huge mistake.
Correct.
Because the upfront money that you would have gotten, it's the equivalent of paying off a loan to pay with another loan.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Taking a loan to pay off a loan.
Correct.
Not smart.
Not smart at all.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the latest with UC Investments. The deal is off for now.
Mm-hmm.
They'll revisit in who knows how long.
Someday soon, I'm sure.
When we continue, the local basketball was good, especially for the team in Lincoln. Next on 1620 The Zone. Getting to be that time of year. Stuff the Truck is coming on Friday, December
Oh!
5th, Saturday, December 6th. Westwood Plaza, 123rd, and West Center will be the location this year. Previous years, we've had it here in the parking lot at 50th and Capitol. But this year, Westwood Plaza. And thanks to Woodhouse Chevy, Molina Healthcare of Nebraska, and Westwood Plaza for bringing us the annual Stuff the Truck. This is our Toys for Tots campaign. New unwrapped toys that we'll be donating to the kids who are a little less fortunate this year to have a very Merry Christmas. Real quick, not related to what we'll talk about, Mitch Sherman still to come.
Yeah.
Just in, Jamar Chase is getting one game for unsportsmanlike conduct.
What did he do?
That's us.
Nice.
For spitting on Jalen Ramsey yesterday of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, no.
So Jamar Chase set to miss Sunday's game.
Remember, they essentially said that after the opener when, what's his name, Jalen Carter did the same thing to Dak. He missed basically the whole – I mean, he did, right?
He missed the whole game.
He missed the whole game, and so in
play.
that moment, it was kind of decided, all right, if you spit on somebody, it is worth a full game suspension. Tough look for you, Jamar Chase. Tough look for you.
Well, it was appropriate that Nebraska broke out uniforms from a different era when they scored a lot of points.
Oh, yeah.
Because they scored a lot of points. It was a game straight out of the late Big Eight years when Billy Tubbs was going up against Danny Nee. And Nebraska scoring. Allowing, if you would have said before the weekend that Nebraska was going to give up 99 to Oklahoma, everybody would have taken the Sooners.
Yeah, what was the total on this game?
I don't know, but it was not over 200. I know that much. But it made it over 200, 105 to 99. And Nebraska with one of its best shooting efforts in a long time.
It was 163 and a half, John. So they
smoked
so the total.
Cleared the total.
Yeah.
The part that stood out the most was in the 8-minute period in the second half. Basically between the 16 and the under 8 and under 16 media timeouts of the second half when Nebraska was trailing, because they had led or trailed by as much as I think, was it 16? Yeah, 16 in the first half. Nebraska outscored Oklahoma 31-17 in an 8-minute period. There have been Nebraska ball games that have been at halftime that have been pretty darn close to a 31-17-ish score/total. And that happened in an 8-minute stretch of the second half.
It's darn near 4 points a minute, man. Like, so you're talking about 2 shots.
Exactly. And
2 makes.
And that's what turned the game
Baskets.
around. And then Nebraska basically held out a stiff arm the rest of the way and won it by 6.
Are you surprised the reigning The Crown champs are playing at this level?
I am. I mean, John emails in. He says, I don't pay any attention to basketball. It's basketball.
Yeah.
But was the basketball good or was it Odson good? He really ruined the word for all of 1620.
He did.
I asked that question on Saturday night. Is Nebraska ball good? Because I'll be honest, John, we joke about it every year in November. I'm not watching them on those BTN plus sloppy broadcasts. No offense to the college kids. I was you at one point in time. I'm not watching them. And every year I hear how they're going to be good. And every year their opener starts and it's like, hey, Nebraska's shooting 2 for 12 to start the game. And they're in a rock fight with some directional school from Michigan that I've never heard of before. That's a lot of points to put up. Now it's a lot of points to allow, but it's a lot of points to score.
Well, it does show the
Mass
potential.
Played really, really well.
Yeah, Bryce Sanford, the Iowa transfer, had a career high. Rink Mass went 5 of 7 from 3. I mean, certainly what it shows is the offensive potential of this group. They famously, and we talked about this with Robin last week. They shot it pretty good from 3 in the opener, but then against Maryland Eastern Shore, they couldn't throw it in the ocean. But against Oklahoma, they were 50%
They
from
could
3
throw it in the ocean.
and threw it into the ocean many, many, many times.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's no question. Offensively, this is the potential that is out there. And let's face it, it's a little bit kind of what you expected from a Fred Hoiberg team many years ago.
Yeah, seriously. I was thinking about that this morning that, if you would have said when he got hired, 7 years ago, 6 years ago now, 6 years ago, like, hey, they're going to look like this. You would have said, yeah, that sounds right. But that it's, sometimes it's taken until this year, or the last couple of years. Maybe that's what goes into this feeling. Doug in Idaho writes on YouTube, last week they were 6 of 32 at home from 3, Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah, and that's why going into this game, I mean, I think we all picked Oklahoma in predictions, didn't we?
We did. No.
Oh, did Sean pick Nebraska? Were you being a contrarian?
That sounds about right.
That's a bummer for us, Nick.
It is.
But yeah, that's why I didn't trust them. They haven't really given me a lot of reasons to trust them over the years. And so that's kind of always been my default viewpoint on them. But this was a really impressive game, and especially given that they were down like they were. What was it? 16 points in the first half at one point, 44-28, and they go on a really nice run to end the first half to make it just a little bit closer. And then you mentioned the stretch that you did to start the segment. Really, really impressive.
No, I took Nebraska, so I got the point.
God,
thank you very much.
You're just the worst human being.
How does he? We can't.
Wait a second. I picked Nebraska, and I'm the worst human being.
It's about the predictions, not so much about Nebraska.
You know what? You and I should combine our powers to fight John in predictions from now on.
I mean, yeah, if you add us up together, we're whooping his ass.
Take that, John.
That's
who's the real.
That's like I don't know, Argentina teaming with Zimbabwe to take on America in a world war.
They're going to say Germany around World War II, maybe.
Oh no!
Yeah, people forget about Argentina.
No, that was more of an equal fight.
There was a pipeline
for a while. More equal fight back then.
Pipeline is a really funny way to describe it.
It was though.
But really impressive comeback and performance, and we'll see where this goes from there. Creighton bouncing back. It was like a slow bleed to get there, but then they eventually got there in a near 40-point win on as Connor would say is 39-40.
Nice
on Friday night.
And so now the countdown's on. 20 days to go until the I-80 rivalry. John's favorite day of every year. Nebraska versus Creighton. From the cauldron that is Pinnacle Bank Arena.
The cauldron. The cesspool.
The cesspool?
Oh.
John, don't refer to it as the cesspool. Jack
John.
Mitchell will be there. Your friend,
Maybe
Jack
you should call
Mitchell.
it the cesspool.
Well, that alone makes it a cesspool.
Got him.
Got him indeed.
Coming up, we will talk with Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. We'll ask him what he heard from Matt Rule today and looking ahead to Penn State this weekend. All of that and more is next here on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. You know, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who joins us each and every Monday, except for next week.
Oh, yeah, because
we'll
we'll barely be on the air at 3:50. Mitch, you get next Monday off. Congratulations.
Okay, what's going on next Monday? Is there you got Creighton basketball?
We have Creighton basketball
from Las Vegas against Baylor.
Oh yes, that'll be fun. I may have just taken next Monday off from you guys anyway, so I can get all primed up for the Class B championship game at Memorial Stadium.
Oh, look at that! High school football, baby.
Are you going to the Class B championship?
I am. Yeah, it's my kids need a ride. Well, my daughter doesn't need a ride. She wouldn't need a ride anyway. She drives. Also, she's in college now. So, but my freshman son needs a ride, and yes, I will gladly go and support the Gretna East Griffins. No shade at Waverly. I'm in dad mode here, and go Griffs.
Man, that traffic there on I-80 between Waverly and Memorial Stadium could be bad. And they got to merge in. They got to merge in there at the Waverly exit with all the Gretna East fans going there. It could be Armageddon on the interstate.
It could get pretty dark there as the traffic merges. You're right. I mean, this is an I-80 matchup of Gretna versus Waverly. You can't get much more suburban than that.
No, you certainly can't. Mitch, was the 9.5 point line against Penn State? Did that surprise you when you saw it?
Yeah, I didn't think it would be that high, but I understand why it is. I feel like if I was at this point predicting a score in the game, I may have said something similar to that. But usually, I feel like the odds makers are more conservative, I guess, in comparison to what my gut reaction is at the start of a week like this. But I mean, I think it factors in the fact that it's a night game, factors in the fact that both teams are starting backup inexperienced quarterbacks, but Nebraska's quarterback is more inexperienced, the second start, of course, for TJ Lateef. And then the matchup itself, looking at the Penn State running game and what the strength and the clear mindset strategy of its offense here late in the season has been going against a weakness on the Nebraska defensive side. I mean, Penn State took Indiana to the last second, took Oregon to overtime in this stadium, and I don't think anybody is of the belief that Nebraska is playing on the level of those two teams right now. So it doesn't in any way seem unreasonable. But that said, usually in a situation like this, you get like a touchdown and then maybe a hook of a half point. So I could have seen 7.5 and would not have been surprised there.
Yeah. So how big of an uphill climb do you view this game for Nebraska, Mitch? Like you mentioned it, this is a team. I mean, they have 6 losses on the year, and it's not like all of them have come to the Ohio States and Indianas of the world. They lost to Northwestern. They lost to UCLA, a couple teams that Nebraska has beat. And yet the line, as you just explained in your answer, it's like not that out of bounds. So it seems like you do still view this as a bit of an uphill climb for the Huskers.
Oh yeah. Nebraska hasn't played in an environment like this. The road games for Nebraska have been, with the exception of Minnesota, more like home games. And the Minnesota crowd, while loud for Minnesota and definitely a home field advantage for the Gophers, is not 108,000 at Penn State at night. It was at night at Minnesota. And look, that game, look at how that game went for Nebraska. I don't think that was because of the environment or the crowd. I think that was Nebraska was just totally off its game that week.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a different kind of challenge when you think about the atmosphere at Beaver Stadium. So yeah, I'm I'm not surprised. Like Penn State has played, and I get you with the UCLA, Northwestern, and Iowa losses that aren't on the same level. I put Iowa. I was in the middle. I was in a different level in a different place than what the UCLA and Northwestern losses were. But Penn State has played in conference, and this kind of makes up for playing a terrible out of conference schedule. But it's played in conference: Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana, the three best teams in the Big Ten, and two of them have been down to the end. The two that were in-state college.
No, that is true. I mean, and they have been really close. And Penn State has been really close all season long. I mean, if you think about it, and I know that this season has gone completely sideways for them, but, you know, took a late touchdown for them to lose to Iowa. They certainly were competitive against Ohio State, at least for a half. Certainly it took an amazing play, dare I say a Heisman moment type play for Indiana to win the game. There are elements here, and I don't know what you think, Mitch, but I feel a little surprised that Penn State hasn't packed it in at this point, right? Because they had much higher aspirations than just qualifying for a bowl game, yet with guys who are very talented, have a definite NFL future in front of them, lost their head coach, they're still out there balling.
Yeah, there's the difference because we've seen this situation with Nebraska too many times where a season went off the rails, and whether it was amid a coaching change, coaching transition like this one with an interim, or it was just a bad season early in a coaching regime. We've seen that. And there have rarely been instances, 2017, it might stand out. But 2007, I suppose you could look at that too. Although Nebraska continued to play hard, it was terrible on defense that year. Rarely have there been situations where you've seen a team pack it in and just kind of give up. And I think that's sometimes like a natural thing to expect, or for us here in the media to say, but usually in college football, you don't see that, especially at a place like Penn State. And I get it. Like, they're not playing at all, even with the carrot out there of a bowl game. They haven't been playing at all for a long time with the hope that they could achieve what they wanted at the beginning of the year, and that was to win a national championship. It's long gone for them, but still there's like so much energy and time and effort in their lives that are put into playing football that it would probably have surprised me. I mean, neither situation is like, it's tough no matter how you look at the situation for Penn State. But I think I would have been more surprised if we were talking right now about how this was a Penn State team that looked like it gave up a month ago. It's just generally not the nature of the way that high level college athletes handle things.
Mitch, earlier today, Matt Rule was yet again asked about Latif and the offense, and also talked about Emmett Johnson. Johnson has had 20-plus carries in 4 out of his last 5 games. He's gone for 27, 29, and 28, going back to Northwestern, USC, and UCLA games. Like, how shocking would it be if that number climbed above 30 on Saturday night?
Yeah, I would be a little bit surprised if it got above 30, but I think you could say that going into just about any game with any player. That's just an awful lot. The combination of Latif as an inexperienced quarterback, Nebraska's not going to want to put the ball in the air a ton. Also, you probably can't call his number all that much in the run game. There, you have to pick your spots there, or you're going to get him hurt. I mean, he's not used to getting hit by Penn State defensive ends and linebackers. That's a different challenge than what he faced against UCLA. So you can give him a few carries, but I don't think he's going to be out there toting the rock 15 times talking about Latif. So they have to be kind of creative. I don't think this could be a fast game. I don't think it's going to be a game where you're going to see a team have more than 60 to 65 offensive snaps, perhaps on either side, just because the clock is going to continue to run. Both teams are going to want to run the football, and the clock is going to, especially Penn State. And that's what Nebraska's mindset, Nebraska's MO has been now for 3 weeks? So 3 games. I think you could see a game where the plays are somewhat limited, and Emmett's percentage, like the percentage, the number of times that he carries it in relation to Nebraska's offensive plays might be higher than what you've seen at any point this year, or as high. But I still think they'll keep it in like the 25 to 28 range with his carries.
Well, then Nebraska's going to play a quick game because that means they get back even that much quicker, from the late arrival.
That's
time,
the whole point, right?
Given we're talking like a
extra
2 hour,
half hour
2 hour, 15-minute game. One of those games where the studio's got to fill extra longer until the boys back in New York can get a rerun of Gimme a Break queued up, before the late local news.
Don't
just
even know what that is.
This
no,
is
no late local news on NBC on Saturday night. Triple header of football and
oh, that's right. There is a game. There is a late game on NBC after this one.
So they can just go straight into pregame coverage.
Yeah, exactly. How did you, when you think about, sitting in that room, what was it, 4 weeks ago, whatever it was, when Matt Rule was talking about being, a candidate for the Penn State job and how much he loved it there and how important the school was to him, to how he answered the question today, where he kind of turned it back around and talked more about family and said, yeah, I've been there enough times, and just really downplayed it.
Yes. Well, some of that I think was he wants to make it about the team, and he kind of threw the media a bone by giving them a soundbite on the impact, the meaning of Penn State from a family point of view. Talked about his grandfather who had season tickets, about his uncle who embraced him after Temple beat Penn State. The game was in Philly, by the way. That was a little bit hard to understand in the moment, but that game where Temple beat Penn State was a home game for Temple in 2015, 10 years ago. His uncle Chuck Sponsky, the longtime Pennsylvania high school football coach, was at that game, and Rule remembers that fondly after his uncle passed away in about 5 years ago. So as for his stance about not having much emotion because he's been there and done that, I think that was more a tactic to just keep the attention on his players. He doesn't want to create a narrative that gets out of hand this week where all of the talk is about Matt Rule going to his alma mater for the first time as a Nebraska coach, and for the first time since he potentially turned down the opportunity to at least be considered until the end for this Penn State opening. Like there are storylines there that are just ready to be hyped up, and I think he knew that walking into the room today and just did his best to try to play that down from a personal level.
Mitch, I really enjoyed your most recent column where you took a look at some questions to have about the team and the program, whether it's like right now, literally as it pertains to the rest of the regular season, the 2 games, and even looking forward. And one question in particular caught my eye, and you asked, should the modest recruiting results in 2026 rate as a concern? Because it got me just thinking about the early part of my career when a recruiting class like this, I cannot imagine how it would have been received in late November.
Panic.
Yeah, seriously. And now it's like barely a thing that's even mentioned. You unpacked that a little bit in the column, but I'm curious how you would answer that question and why it's so different now versus a decade ago. Obviously, the transfer portal is going to be the biggest reason why.
That's the biggest reason. And then I think the roster limit is right there alongside the transfer portal when you start to talk about the reasons, because in the past, Nebraska could find ways to fudge the numbers and sign a bigger class than what was maybe anticipated early in a recruiting cycle. And, there wasn't a hard number that they had to hit in August every year. On scholarships there was, but again, you find ways to manage that and massage that situation. This year, there's still room. Like I went in doing that in crunching those numbers last week when I asked that question and then tried to answer it myself. There is room because that Nebraska is going to take some losses in the portal, and losses is the wrong word because some of the departures are needed for the program to move forward. I mean, look at the schedule in 2026. Nebraska has to upgrade its overall base of talent on the. You have to continue to do that, or you're going to take a step back. So they need to shed some of the excess weight here in this offseason and look at players who have been in the program for 2 or 3 years and have yet to contribute and determine what's the best for them. And in many cases, that's going to be to go into the portal. So they're going to lose players to the portal or see players depart to the portal. And that's going to open up spots for Nebraska to bring players in. So even if nobody left, sitting at 10 signees or 10 commitments right now who are going to be signees on December 3rd, you would have space for, about 9 transfer portal guys to come in, considering where they need to be based off the roster size right now. You got to think that like 15 players are probably going to go to the portal. So there's a lot of room there. I mean, Nebraska could be looking at a portal class like of 20 players. That's a big class. I mean, it wasn't that big last year, and you've got 10 starters out of the group that came in last year. So I'm anticipating a big January, especially with him saying today, with Rule saying today, that he doesn't expect to add more than 1 to 2 additional players in this 26 recruiting class before they get to the signing period. That's a little puzzling when you consider that there have been a number of offers that have gone out here in the last week.
And speaking of that NIL component, or at least the transfer portal component, obviously NIL is tied to all of it. With Matt Rule saying they've got the money now, there's no more excuses. How do you think? I mean, what did all it take was the threat of a coach leaving to get new money in there, or is something else going on where maybe they're robbing Peter to pay Paul, maybe taking away from other sports or something? How did all of a sudden 4 weeks ago it goes from we can't keep up with these folks, we can't use what was the word he used, optics as an excuse?
Yeah.
What changed?
That's a great question. And we don't have access to the collective financials. So you can't, it would be
nice.
It'd be intriguing to see their incoming cash and where that's coming from. And it's not something that Nebraska announces. This is not like a deal where Nebraska can put out a press release and say the university is proud to announce this, multi-million-dollar gift, because it's not coming directly to the university. It's going into the collective. Like the stuff that whatever changed, it doesn't have to do with revenue sharing. Like that's the same. Nebraska was going to be fully funded in rev share as it was this year in 2026. Whatever has changed, it involves third-party NIL. And it does seem that something has changed though. Like that's I don't think you get that kind of confidence and that kind of talk from Matt Rule about how we can go get whoever we want if the situation had remained static compared to what he said back in early October.
So Mitchell, are you going to take him at his word and judge what they do or do not bring in December and January from the perspective of everything is great now and they're able to get whoever they want to land? Are you going to view it that way?
It'll mostly be in January. The portal doesn't open until January 2nd. But yeah, I mean, we'll get word of players. We'll get word about players going into the portal in December, intending to go into the portal. I don't think we'll get much word about where they're headed until there'll probably be a big flood of announcements on January 2nd and January 3rd. So, I think we'll go wait and see. And I think you do have to use what Rule said last week as a foundation for forming opinions about how successful they are in the portal in January. I think the standard has to be higher this year, that they have to be able to go out and compete with Oregon and Ohio State for players. Otherwise, what was he actually talking about? So, it takes two. Like Nebraska very well could have the money to sign the best players in the portal, and then the offers are made and those players decide to go somewhere else for equal or even lesser amounts, because it's not entirely about money. Like it isn't just a bidding war and then to the highest bidder goes the best players. They have to see something in that school that makes them want to join forces with the school. So We'll see. We'll get to the middle of January. We'll get to January 20th or so. The portal closes on the 16th. And yeah, I do think you have to take into consideration what he said last week when you judge the results.
All right, Mitch, we'll let you get to it because we know getting to College Station is very difficult. So if you're going, you have to leave now, or otherwise you'll miss a game. Or if you're not, even if you're not going,
it
you
is
have
a hard
to leave.
place to get to, and I'm not going. But it's notoriously difficult.
It is.
But you got
Mitch,
until later in the day on Saturday since it's a night game. So
good point. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic and the Locked On Nebraska podcast, where he co-hosts with some guy named Happer.
Yeah, who knows that guy?
I don't know.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Mitch Sherman joining us as he does every Monday here on 1620 The Zone.
By the way, I think that's the proper way to view it. I like it. I wouldn't even say it's grading them on a curve. I'm saying grade them straight up. They have needs to fill. I think we can identify those needs. We can certainly identify them after the Iowa game. I think we need to take some time to look at the roster and see. And then, of course, players will leave throughout the month of December, or they will announce, as Mitch just said. The portal is not until January, but we're going to know going into January.
Yeah, we'll have an idea.
Which players are going to leave. And so you identify the strengths and the weaknesses, and you say, okay, well, it's time to fill those needs. And if it is not a problem, or the head coach is saying it's not a problem, then that's how I'm going to judge it. Because I have not viewed the
schedule be damned too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. But I've not viewed the NIL operation around here as like this incredibly perfect thing like some people have. I've thought that, there's a reason that they have not been able to land specific players over the course of the last few years. Doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem anymore. And so I'm going to take Rule at his word for it, and we'll see what that means then for the class.
If they're going to lose someone like a Marty Brown, they're going to lose him because he wanted to go to the other school, not because Nebraska couldn't offer the same as Miami could.
Exactly.
All right. Still to come, we've got firm or soft. And it's a Michael Severe Monday. But first, John and Josh here for Underdog Fantasy. You can play right here in Nebraska. This gives you the opportunity to pick your favorite players and go higher or lower on a variety of different categories. And, of course, we've got a Monday night game tonight. We also got a lot of NBA as well. In fact, tonight I'm calling it my Angel and Devil combo. My Angel is a 7-foot, 1-inch blocking machine by the name of Ryan Kalkbrenner. I've got him going higher than 1.5 blocks. I got him going higher than 16.5 points plus rebounds plus assists. Then on the other shoulder, you have the devil. You have evil. The evil Dallas Cowboys.
I thought you meant the Raiders.
Evil Dallas Cowboys. I got George Pickens going higher than 65.5 receiving yards and Dak Prescott higher than 1.5 passing touchdowns. You combo that with a 40% profit boost. Daily profit boosts are available. I can earn 7.5 times my money, and you can do, and you can play it right here in Nebraska.
John, all you got to do is use our promo code 1620 the zone, all one word, 1620 the zone, and you can score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. So use that promo code 1620 the zone today and take advantage of these great offers. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Nick's giving away those Creighton basketball tickets. We also have Omaha men's basketball tickets that we'll be giving away on tomorrow's program. They'll be taking on Concordia over at Baxter Wednesday night at 7. So we'll have tickets for that. And we've got tickets to see Blue Collar Boxing next month at Baxter Arena. Local union members facing off in the ring for charity, with proceeds benefiting Nebraska Center for Workforce Development and Education and the United Way. So be on the lookout for those as well. So we got plenty of, if you're looking for things to do, indoor things to do, we've got it all covered for you here on 1620 The Zone.
Let me read this couple text messages from Sean about the stuff we were talking about at the end with Mitch Sherman. He says, do you think Rule's quick change about money was because Dannon told him to say that? How do you do a 180 from what you said 2 weeks later? Seems like Dannon told him to sell everything else sans the dollars. To which I responded and said, I think there is more money being promised from the boosters. To which Sean followed up and said, seems like a quick turnaround, like Dannon said, don't say that. I guess here's the thing, John, that I keep thinking about with this discussion. Why would Matt Rule say this only for it to not be true? It would seem to put an undue amount of pressure on himself and the program for no reason. I don't know why optically they'd be like, yeah, we can spend money, only for them not to spend money. I think that would be a bad idea. Like, so he says that. This place gets so pissed when a coach lies to them about anything. And so if he says that and then they're unable to deliver in January, I would view that as, okay, so were they just BSing us the entire time about all this money that they supposedly had and their ability to land players that they were supposedly able to land?
I think the key word in that is optics. And when he's talking about optics, of course, our minds kind of went towards the stadium, and the big project there, and how you can't be spending a lot of money when the university's facing, $25 million in budget cuts.
Hey, but don't forget about the other part of that quote at the same time when he said $30 to $40 million rosters. He said those numbers. We didn't put those words in his mouth.
But I think it's a variety of factors that have played into this. Do I think they've probably gotten some new donations to 1890 for third-party NIL in the wake of, the threat that Rule could leave for Penn State? Yeah. Do I think that there's probably some shifting around in budgets where football's going to get a little bit more and other sports are going to get a little bit less? Yes.
Seems like there's a large but coming.
No, there's no but. And do I think that Matt Rule using the word optics also plays into this, that maybe there has been the idea that Nebraska is way behind on NIL compared to those top programs, and that maybe there was a little bit of trepidation initially to admit that they have some of this money. But because of optics, maybe there's been a bit of a reticence to either spend it or spend it all on football or majority on football. Perhaps there's some truth to that as well. I think there's a lot of different factors here. I don't think just one person came to the table and said,
I don't either.
Here's a bunch of money. Do I think the Peds probably ponied up some more? Yeah, probably. But I think the optics part of the quote is pretty big here, because I still think even in this day and age where it's now legal to pay players, that there's still an element that, at least for some fans, still feels dirty because it was never legal before, or it's not right, or they're getting a scholarship. What are they doing this for? So I think some of the optics conversation was also directed towards that, and basically telling those folks, hey, it's okay to join Ohio State in having a $40 million roster. Now, do I think Nebraska has the same resources of NIL as Ohio State? No, I do not. But I think they're closer than they were willing to admit a month ago.
So we do agree then, right? Like we think that they're going to spend more money?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
All right.
yes.
I just don't understand why people would think that they're just like bragging to brag only for it to like fall on their face. I don't understand why that would be a good thing.
And again,
that wouldn't be good for Matt Rule in Nebraska. John, you can talk up a big game. If I tell you, John, you should see me. I can do, and I just name some. John, you should come over for dinner. You're going to be blown away by this meal. John, you wait until you try this steak. You've never had a steak that is cooked as perfectly and seasoned as perfectly. You're probably like, wow, this is going to be a really good steak. And you're probably starting to get really excited. Man, this is going to be great. I can't wait to see what Josh is able to whip up on that grill. It's going to be cooked perfectly. It's going to be seasoned perfectly. And then you get there and it's my steak and it's not that good. You're like, well, that's disappointing. You're not going to be happy with me. And so I don't understand why he would say, yeah, we're going to be able to land anybody we want to land. We're not going to have the problems of the last few years. Because that part of the discussion was different than the optics thing a few weeks ago. I think he did the optics thing and then the $30 to $40 million stuff to say, I need more of your money. I think, and part of this is being...
I need more of your money, but I also need more permission to spend that money. I think there is a part of it to that.
Part of it is, I mean, some of this is informed on my end. He wanted more money, and he has been promised more money. And so now he is saying he is going to be able to use that money in a way that the football team has been unable to.
Because optics could also mean, hey, and that's why I kind of phrased it, rob Peter to pay Paul. Maybe that means there's less money for basketball.
See, and again,
less money for baseball.
You could be right, but from what I've heard, it's not that. It is just they have the money. He needs more of. He wants more money on top of all of the other stuff. I don't think that they're taking away from hoops. I think football is getting more money from either new or donors who now are going to give more. That is what I think. And again, strongly informed in that opinion. So I think that's what's going down in that regard.
So Rule's threat worked.
Yeah, of course. I think so. And I guess I never viewed it as a threat. I viewed it more as a
it doesn't have to be an overt threat, but the threat was already implied. The threat was implied that Rule used to be at Penn State. Rule loves Penn State. Rule talks up Penn State. Penn State's looking for a coach. Their athletic director's friends. I mean, he didn't have to threaten, but the threat is implied, and so you capitalize on the threat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think that they are now in a spot where, in theory, I think they're going to have more money to spend, and that's why I say take him at his word. Now, there are a lot of people right now in the chat and in the text machine that are not taking him at his word. Doc writes, do you know how Matt Rule is lying? Lips are moving. He is paid to say whatever he needs to say to make it seem like the program's doing well. But again, I don't understand why would he do that if he is lying? Why would he say this stuff if they're not going to be able to shore up the roster?
Right now,
I'm going to view next year negatively.
Here's the cover.
Players are selfish. They're not going to come here?
Because
wow.
If Tom Ricketts of the Chicago Cubs, who has the money, says we're going to go out and spend big on free agency, we know the dollars and the cents. We know that there is not the caps, but they have the roster taxes, right? You pay more taxes back into Major League Baseball if you break through certain thresholds. The Yankees do it, the Dodgers do it.
Yeah.
But we know what those caps are. We also know exactly what they're paying or what they were paying Shota Imanaga and Dansby Swanson. We know. College sports works in the nebulous world of we don't know.
But he knows.
But
just because I don't know.
Hear me out. Here's the point. There is the cover of if you lose out on a player, that you can say all the right things and say, hey, we offered big. But in reality, someone else offered bigger and Nebraska didn't want to go there.
Well, then they don't have all the money to spend like he said they did. So he lied.
Yeah, but there's nothing to prove it. They don't have to report to anybody official from a public end. If the Cubs lose out on Kyle Schwarber in free agency because the Phillies were willing to pay $100 million more, we will know this because that's how it works. In the NIL world, it's all hearsay and speculation.
So are we different?
So
than
you do have some cover there. I'm not saying that's what they're going to do,
Yeah, I ain't
but
giving them
there is cover there because we don't know. Do you know how much Dylan's getting?
I have a
Do
guess.
you know how much Emmett's getting?
No, I don't know on him, but I have a guess on Dylan.
Guess. You have a guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
You
part
have
of
a
it's
guess.
part of
You
it's
don't
informed.
know. No, but the only people that really know are the people keeping the books and Dylan and Pat Stewart.
But John,
and Matt
I don't
Rule.
understand why that changes how we have to view.
No, it doesn't change it. I'm just saying.
That's not
I'm
cover.
just saying you do have, and I'm not just saying this from Matt Rule. Everybody in college sports has cover because you don't have to report this officially.
Maybe, but I mean, again, I'm going to take him at his word when he says.
Oh no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying there is cover there.
Who's there cover for?
There's cover for Matt Rule. There's cover for.
But he said they can get anybody they want. So why is there cover? He said they can get anybody.
But you're
want.
assuming you got to be careful. You're assuming
I don't
that
want to be here.
You're assuming that if Nebraska wants somebody, they're going to get him. Period. End of story. We don't know that because we don't know officially what people are being offered by other schools because there's no salary cap. They don't report any of this stuff.
So am I taking him too literally?
Everybody in the NIL world has public cover.
Am I taking him too literally then?
No, I'm not saying you're taking him too literally. I'm just saying that because I agree with you 100%, and I'm going to be in your boat 100%. Matt Rule, what he said last Monday was a no excuses blanket policy.
And it seems like people are going to want to give him. People are going to want to give him excuses, though, aren't they?
Who's giving him excuses?
Fight just said that I'm taking it too literally. That already, it seems like we're already like, all right, we're already laying down. Let's lay down the cover for him.
No, absolutely not. What do you mean we're taking him too literally? He said it.
Yeah.
He said it. We have the money.
Yeah.
He said those words last week. I don't have all the quotes directly right in front of me.
I got
but
them,
he
John.
said it.
I have them written down on my sheet because I have it. I wanted it for
Hit
today.
me.
Previous couple of years, I had to make a lot of hard decisions because we didn't have money for everyone. This will be the first year we can do whatever. We have the money now. I can't complain anymore. We got what we need. We can go out and get anybody we want. At the same time, we also have the ability to keep our guys. There was a comment a few minutes ago from somebody calling us. Oh, here it is. J-Man, 1620, the negative boys. No. You are hearing me differently.
What?
I am saying this is a positive. Nebraska can now
Sip wrote about it today.
Land whoever they want. I will take him at his word. I will take him. You know why I'm taking him at his word, John? Because money has become the equalizer in college sports that we have never seen before. In the old days, you used to say, why would anybody go to Texas Tech? That's dumb. There is nothing in Lubbock. And you know what? Now they're ponying up and they are overpaying and they have like the best defensive line in college football. And so, again, Brian says this is a positive, assuming what Rule said is the truth. And that is why I'm taking him at his word.
Yes.
Brian obviously doesn't like Matt Rule. Brian, this should be ammo then for you because if he does not deliver, you can be angry once again. I am going to view this as a huge positive, though, and say Nebraska is about to fortify and try to upgrade the roster in ways that they have not been able to over the last 5 years since NIL came into
Correct.
existence.
And if they don't, then the blame falls at the feet of Matt Rule,
Yeah, Fight
of
says
Pat
there's no
Stewart,
way that he has
and
a
of
blank check.
everybody
Then
there.
He shouldn't have said it that way. He
Exactly.
should not
Don't
have said
say
it that way.
Right. But again, this is good. I thought this was what everyone wanted.
Yeah.
That Nebraska could compete for a championship roster.
Yeah, I don't.
Now he didn't say a championship roster, but he said we have the money.
Mm-hmm.
We have the money. What else needs to be said?
Yeah. Again,
Now,
listen to those quotes, man.
Just because you have the money doesn't mean you're going to spend recklessly.
Yeah, Mustache Adam says just because you have it, does that mean you have to spend the money?
Right. Tom Ricketts might have the money. Well, better example would be the Dodgers because they actually do spend. Cubs famously don't.
People forget.
But the Dodgers aren't going to overspend for a player they don't think is worth that much, but they will but if they think like an Ohtani is worth that much, they will pay that much.
Correct.
So if Nebraska sees it's Ohtani out there,
nice,
and really wants that person, I'm not
Goat?
saying that person necessarily exists, but I'm taking it that they're going to be in the market. Again, though, it doesn't mean they're going to get them.
Let's just be Travis Hunter.
It doesn't mean they're going to get them, but they're not going to be limited to make the pursuit.
January is going to be interesting.
Yeah, Will.
January is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, Will.
Charles says Texas Tech, Indiana, spend more, get better players. It's simple math. Again, I've been told Indiana's roster is close to $30 million. I very much trust my source on that. There's no reason that Nebraska can't try to do that. None. And again, I'm spending other people's money, so it's really easy for me to say that. But if you want to be that good,
but the
you want to be that good.
But the coach said we have the money.
Is your source Coach Siggs? Is Coach Siggs calling you?
I would never tell my sources, though.
Okay.
Not one time.
It's Coach Siggs, I bet.
All right. We'll get to firm and soft on the other side.
Nice.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
The key to preserving your concrete is staying ahead of problems before they start. Without proper protection, even new concrete can crack, sink, and deteriorate. Everlevel Concrete Repair offers preventative maintenance to protect your driveways, sidewalks, or any concrete surface. Proactively staying ahead of these issues can save you from replacing your concrete altogether. Preserve your concrete for the long haul. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair or visit everlevelconcrete.com today to schedule your free inspection.
Hi, I'm Vasily Sakas, your local mortgage expert at Lincoln Federal Savings Bank. With nearly 20 years of experience, I'm dedicated to providing a seamless home buying experience. Whether you're purchasing your first home, refinancing, or upgrading, I'm here to guide you with personalized service for many borrower types, including VA and FHA. Your first step is pre-qualification, knowing exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Call me, Vasily Sakas, at 402-415-9249 or visit lincolnfed.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
On 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, and our YouTube channel. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Heck, now that all the channels are back on YouTube TV, maybe they'll include a a thing on YouTube TV for us too someday, like they're
Whoa.
going to do with ESPN. And did you see this? Did you hear about this? I think
NBC.
I don't have my remote next to me. I think they've added the new NBC. Well,
Peacock. It's Peacock.
The new old NBC Sports
Why
Network.
did they get rid of it in the first place?
Because they're NBC and they're dumb. I don't know.
Man, their HD is so good.
But anyway, go subscribe to our YouTube channel today. One more quick thought on the money deal before we move on to soft and firm, because we don't need to hijack it with this one singular topic. But something Jed wrote is pretty important to keep into perspective here. I love that Rule said what he said, but the thought that we literally are going to spend whatever to get anyone we want is dumb. We also have to spend the money in a smart way, and maybe someone will want to go somewhere else no matter what our money is. Even if Ohio State, let's say, has a $40 million roster, they still probably at the beginning of the year, knowing what they had and knowing what the market would pay, set parameters.
Of course.
Like left tackles are worth 1.1. I'm just throwing out random numbers.
It's like when you go to a casino, right? You have to set whatever your limit's going to be. You got to stick with it.
Yeah, you're gonna set whatever your budget is. So maybe the best left tackle is worth 1.1, the best quarterback's worth 1.5 or 2 million. The best running back's worth 750. They're gonna set that, and Nebraska's gonna set theirs as well. They're gonna set their bar like, hey, this is what we're gonna be willing to pay. Right, based on what we believe the fair market value to be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, everyone's got a different fair market value, and people can make up stuff all they want because negotiations are what they are, and this is a murky world that they live in. But yeah, just because you have the money doesn't mean you're going to necessarily just spend it all. Nebraska's not going to go from whatever their roster is worth now to $100 million. They're not going to do that. They are still going to they're going to set their limits, like you said, like going to the casino. You know what your limit is. They're going to set it, and then they'll spend based on that.
Mm-hmm. And you hope that they do a great job of identifying players and convincing them to come to Nebraska.
Please.
And that they make the right decision at quarterback, whatever decision that is.
We have mid pizza and Runza.
Whoa, Nick,
soft.
We have good pizza too.
We have Casey's here, Nick.
Nice.
Soft.
I wasn't talking about the state. I was talking about Lincoln.
Soft. NFL officials' inability to spot the football.
Yeah, you kept tagging the NFL on Twitter this
weekend.
Weekend.
Because they were
I'm
horrible,
sure
and I'll add a second soft. NFL instant replay. The Rams clearly got a first down. They literally put cameras in the pylon. In the pylon. You could see where the ball was in relationship to the mark on the field, in relationship to the first down. And then Blandino comes from the break. Well, they're not going to overturn this because NFL replay is dumb. These people are terrible. I want them to scrap the whole damn thing. But the inability to correctly spot the ball, and I'm referring to the Chiefs-Broncos game last night. Denver gets a first down. It's clearly a first down. It is spotted as if it's a first down. And then all of a sudden, some rando official comes in from some weird angle and moves the ball back 2 feet when it was wrong. Where did he get that? Where did he get that in his head? Did that come from the eye in the sky? Did that come from his own brain?
Maybe
they ended
God.
up moving it back to where it was originally spotted, which was
Lord.
the correct spot. But holy cow, soft NFL officials. Learn how to spot the football and give us our chips. We need our chips, not our Ruffles chips, but give us our chips in the ball and scanning technology so we can do this correctly.
John, I am not happy to report this, and it is my story to tell. I am firm on Georgia being Ohio State's best contender, stiffest contender to win a national championship.
They can't rush the passer.
Do not like this, but they are so talented, and they have a good coach.
They can't rush the passer.
Yeah, but they can do other stuff, John. They are very, very talented, and I do not like it. I think that they are the Buckeyes' stiffest contender. If those two teams play for a championship, I don't want to watch, but I will because I like football. That sounds terrible. I am also firm on this, John. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Oregon loses this week to USC. They are out of the college football playoff race.
Altogether?
There are too many teams that have a viable path into the playoff, and I think USC would certainly scoot in line ahead of them because they would have the tiebreaker. Who has Oregon beaten? Look around at their schedule. Is their best win Penn State? I mean, Iowa, look, I think going into Iowa City and winning in that stadium is really tough, but Iowa's now a 4-loss team.
Yep.
And so, like, the win is just as good as I think it is and as you think it is, it's not going to do anything for their merits. They're not going to get a top 25 one. I guess if Iowa wins out, maybe they'll sneak back into the top 25. But I think Oregon, I think this is a playoff eliminator, and I don't think I would have said that a couple of weeks ago. I thought that USC could win and both teams could make it. I don't feel that way anymore. Don't feel that way anymore.
Well, that's because Firm, one of those teams that will keep Oregon out, theoretically, is the team that wins or won with defense and special teams. The Oklahoma Sooners.
Oh, they're in all right.
Firm defense and special teams can win big games even on the road because literally that's what they did.
Yeah.
They got the 3 turnovers. The special teams came up with a couple of big plays. And even though Alabama went up and down the square, they're marching up and down the square. They could not get over the hump against Oklahoma. Impressive job by the Sooners with just enough offense to get it done. Firm on Oklahoma, who now plays LSU and Missouri the final 2 weeks of the regular season. Get ready. But Oklahoma might be headed for the playoffs.
OU, soft, John, going back to the NFL, on there being a dynamite, true blue, best team in the National Football League. Even with nice wins by look, you said it earlier, your special teams is trash. Your team beat Seattle, who I think is one of the best teams in the NFL. Seattle lost by 2, even though their quarterback threw 4 interceptions. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia Eagles offense is trash ass. Their defense is incredible, though. Lions, they got a lot of question marks. The Packers have a lot of question marks. Again, we talked about in the crossover. Colts, got to see him do it. Patriots, got to see him do it. Chiefs, stink. Bo Nix, a quarterback for one of the teams with the best record in the NFL. There is nobody that I still trust on November the 17th in the National Football League, which is fun as a viewer and a consumer, but I just don't think that there is still the definitive best team in the NFL.
Moron! But soft. At least 3 of the 6 division leaders' resumes after 10 weeks.
Yeah.
Bears.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Broncos.
Oh, yeah.
And Steelers. Now, Denver did get the win yesterday, but they still haven't beaten a team with a winning record, right?
That's
right?
That's crazy.
Am I right?
That's crazy.
Now that the Chiefs are at 500.
Got him. No, wait, no. They beat the Eagles. Remember, they beat the Eagles.
Oh, that's right. They did beat the Eagles. All right, Denver. But it's still, it's still kind of a flimsy resume. We'll see. It doesn't feel like a 9-2 team, but especially Chicago. I mean, God bless you. You're in first place. Celebrate it. Enjoy it.
Look at their wins. They haven't beaten anybody.
I mean, they're winning by the skin of their teeth. The Steelers. Who knows what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers? But the resumes are really weak. It is a wild year in the NFL and the playoffs. The playoffs could either be really good because there is no dominant team, or they could be really bad because there'll be like 1 or 2 teams that really rise above the mediocrity and just
You figure that's going to have to happen, right? Because the Super Bowl champion will have won either 3 or 4 games over the course of the playoffs. You might have a team that has to win 3 games to make it to the Super Bowl. So somebody will rise because you have to.
It's just crazy. You watch Denver, and defense is excellent, really good defense.
It's an awesome defense. They didn't have their best player, right?
And you watch them against the Raiders, and that offense looked inept. And then you watch them yesterday, and they were
still look inept at times.
They did look inept at times, but it is. It's a strange year, and you're probably right. There's not really that one big dominant team. Soft.
Oh,
some very questionable in-game management. The Rams almost gave that game away because of questionable play calling and game management. Dan Campbell against Philadelphia. You don't have to go for every 4th down, Dan.
Dad.
You can kick a field goal and come away with points and still come out ahead, Dan.
Dad.
Especially when your quarterback is having the issues he's having and Philly's defense is getting their hands up and putting pressure on him.
Not great.
But the analytics.
And then I described earlier the finish of the Washington-Miami game, which was just a textbook class in comic book coaching.
Hey, at least those
between
teams,
Dan Quinn and Mike McDaniel.
At least they have excuses. They're bad, and their teams suck. The Lions have no excuse to be that much of a tire fire.
That is true.
They're supposed to be a contender.
That is true.
Yeah. That's all I got.
All right. Firm and soft this week.
Soft. People complaining about the kickoff time for Nebraska Penn State.
Yeah, I didn't want to go for the low-hanging fruit.
Soft. Firm. That I'll be on my couch watching it saying, I love that this game is at night.
I mean, is it? Do I think it's dumb that it is at night? Yes, only from the principle of this worthy of prime time?
But you think
Hell
about it
no.
with 1980s brain. You can't.
No,
think
I
about
don't. I live with a smart brain that says, does this game
1980s.
deserve to be in prime time on NBC?
John,
hell
the
no.
biggest game of the weekend in the Big Ten is now at 11. Again, you got to get away from 80s brain. Night doesn't just mean good. Night is just another time to put kickoffs. That's what it is now. I'm sorry.
It's not 80s brain, Josh.
It's
Again,
80s
it's
brain.
smart brain. This game does not need to be at night. But as we will find out later this week and Fired Up for Football, it's going to get a consonant for a grade. It's a bad week of college football.
Oh, here we go.
It's
John,
a bad week of college
John's
football.
not beating the allegations that he hates college football.
You're the one that hates it.
I love it. I'm going to be on my couch watching it all day.
No, you're the one that's skipping it for Christmas.
No,
Coming
I'm
up
it for Christmas.
You said earlier this week, you're just skipping right on past Thanksgiving, right on into Christmas.
You stop it.
Coming up, it's Michael Severe Monday
Awesome.
on 1620 The Zone.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
The Michael Severeless happy hour is on the air? Oh, no.
What happened?
I don't know. I DM'd him the link and I texted him. He hasn't responded. Hope he's okay.
Maybe he's caught in traffic.
Traffic? Omaha is a great city for driving.
Yeah, they finished all the road
Sure.
construction.
All
Yeah.
the construction is gone.
4:53 in the afternoon. I'm sure everything's going smoothly, and people are doing their usual 75 down residential streets
Nice.
or something.
John, how fast do you drive on the interstate when you're going home? Oh, there he is.
I am a cruise control at 78.
Wow, you're not driving very fast.
I mean, that's 3 over the speed limit.
Yeah, that's kind of
Technically,
wimpy.
speeding. No, it's not.
Michael, do you think
I like my gas mileage, and I still get home at about the same time. What do you want me to do? 85?
No, about 81.
82, 83.
Yeah. 78's pretty
Yeah.
good, John.
I'm good
Okay.
because you get there about a minute earlier if you do, and I get better gas mileage with it.
All depends on, I mean, you hit lights. If you don't hit lights, if you get behind a truck, I mean, it all depends. Where's the messages now on the on your laptop on the
On Twitter?
page? Yeah, where is it?
Also,
It's called chats.
Yeah, this is the first time Michael has gone into his DM since they did the stupid overhaul last week.
Well, it's called chats now instead of messages.
No, I know, and I hit chat, and it says it wants me to open up something. I hit chat, and it wants me to open up something. It gives me my memories. It doesn't give me the actual messages.
What?
That's weird. Yeah, I hit chat, and it gives me the message. I had this problem earlier. I was trying to respond to somebody, and I ended up having to go on my phone and do it because I couldn't get it on my desktop at work. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Okay. And then I didn't think that'd be an issue when I logged on today, but I guess it is. So now I'm on my phone.
There was something I don't know. They've encrypted every message now. So all those nasty DMs you've been sending me, Michael, now are encrypted. So there's no.
I enjoy those DMs. I don't take my fun away. I mean, I enjoy that stuff. Give me more. I love that. Give me all the DMs. My DMs are wide open. Bring it on.
Bring it on, indeed. All right. Well, this is the Michael Severe Bowl. You know, he's famously of Penn State, but he covers Nebraska. So tomorrow night on his own show, he's going to be a hostile witness because it'll be nothing but white and blue talk.
Nice.
Yeah, that's not the case. I am not a fan of anybody. The Saints. I'm a fan of the Saints, but I'm not a fan of any college team.
So
I'm not a fan. Yeah, I'm rooting for a high draft pick. I'm rooting for Fernando Mendoza to be the quarterback for the next 10 years.
Coming. The Falcons are coming.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Falcons. I'm not worried about the Falcons. Kirk Cousins will probably win some games and screw them up. They always get messed up with their draft picks. They always do stupid stuff. So the things that happen to them, they'll win a couple late and they'll end up like number 10 in the draft instead of number 4 or 5. So I don't care. But anyway, I'm not that way. I hope that Nebraska does well when they play. It's easier to do shows, easier to live in the state when they're doing well. I'm glad when Penn State does well. I will tell you this.
Fandom to me, Michael, hoping they do well because it makes things better in life.
I know. Well, that's okay. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of my wife. I am. But yes, when things are pleasant at home, it's better for everybody. So it doesn't matter what part you're talking about, right? So yeah, I mean, look, you know how actually it's funny because when they lose, Severe Reaction, I get 10 times more calls. So that's weird. So I guess it'd be easier to do a show. But just in general, people are in a better mood. For the economy, it's better. It's been proven that for the economy, when the team wins in your town. So I'm cool. I tell you this though, the more I dig into these numbers, I know why the line is what it is.
I was gonna lead off with that because I saw the person whoever put out the original tweet erased the tweet. I don't know what they said, but you were basically saying the same thing I did earlier when we quoted the numbers earlier. It's sitting at 9.5.
Yeah.
You know, the power rankings and Vegas obviously value Penn State as a very different team than the human polls do. Obviously, Penn State hasn't been in the top 25 for a very long time. But what was the height of the line, the 9.5? That was a little surprising to me. I thought it might be a couple of points lower, but 9.5, 10 didn't surprise you?
Last week, before they played Michigan State, I thought it would be about 6.5 is where I thought it would be. But looking at the numbers, and you know, you got to take the non-conference out there because they don't factor that stuff in. And you just go based off of what the two teams have done in conference. I see why the power rankings like them. They're scoring inside the red zone. Power rankings love that. Nebraska, not very good either, scoring or stopping in the red zone. They haven't run the ball great. Penn State hasn't. Matter of fact, they're a full yard under what they were last year with the same two backs. But if you look at what they have done the last 3 games in terms of their power rushing numbers, been really good, and their pressure numbers have been much better in terms of getting after the passer these last 3 games. Matter of fact, it's right at 9. And for the season before these last 3 games, they were at about 7% team sack rate, and they've moved up a full, like, 3/4 of a point, which is a lot this time of year. So all of a sudden they're getting sacks. They don't give up a ton of sacks. Nebraska give up a ton of sacks. It's just the matchup. I see why it's sitting at 9.5, why it could go up to 10. I understand it now.
Along those lines, Michael, you put out your chart, which you do every week before a game or like early on in the week when you're starting to look at the numbers. And maybe it's in what you just said, but was there something else in particular that jumped out to you, whether in Nebraska's favor or more likely in Penn State's favor?
No, the season-long numbers are all pretty even. Matter of fact, they lean towards Nebraska. But when you go, and I put this after that, if you look at the in-conference numbers, that's what tells a different story. All those numbers that Coach Rule was giving out today, and they're all great numbers, but those are all season-long numbers, and Nebraska's dropped off on almost all those. Even the pass defense is still really good, but it's not what it is if you take out the non-conference, right? And so because of that, when these lines makers are doing this stuff and they're putting together, they're not worried about what you did against Houston Christian or Akron. They're not worried about what Penn State did against Villanova. They're not worried about any of that. They're looking at what you've done most recently and what you've done in conference play. And pretty quickly, when I started comparing the conference play numbers and putting those next to each other, I realized, oh, yeah, Penn State at home at night versus a quarterback in his second start with these numbers, I get why they're looking and thinking it's going to be a blowout. And out of the 3 possible scenarios that I always look at, I could see that. I actually could see a blowout. Nebraska's not blowing them out. I can certainly see Penn State blowing Nebraska out, just looking at the numbers and the way everything is setting up right now.
As you said, I mean, you've got a rookie quarterback and only his second start, but it's going to be his first true road environment because last week was not a road environment. He's going up against a defense. Dennis Senton is the real deal. He can rush the passer. They're really good up front. You've got Nebraska's run defense going up against the 2-headed backs led by Katron Allen. Is it one of these or is it something else that's the most concerning aspect of this matchup for Nebraska?
I was doing right up for tomorrow just so I'd have this stuff. The 3 top concernings I have is the pass rush because he went against almost the worst pressure rate in all the Power 4. I think they might have been second or third from the bottom in UCLA. Now he's going against a team that's pressure rate is much better. They have one player who has as many pressures, I believe, as UCLA has as a team, which is crazy to think about. UCLA doesn't get after the pass rusher in terms of PFF numbers. So that's number 1. Number 2 for me is you got to talk about the run game. Even though they're only running at 4.2 yards a clip, Nebraska gives up over 5 yards a rush. And there hasn't been a team yet that Nebraska's gone against really that hasn't had some sort of success, whether it be with the backs or with the quarterback. And then the third one probably would be I just worry about having a freshman out there who hasn't been in a situation where it's going to be loud, it's going to be chilly, It's going to be a situation where if they get down and he's going to have to throw and Penn State is just rushing and Emmett gets taken out of the mix, that could get out of hand. If Nebraska comes out with the Minnesota game plan, they're going to get killed. If they come out in the last 3 weeks game plan where they decide they're going to run the ball, they can keep staying in the game. The one benefit I will say about having Latif in there, so two of the quarterbacks, Iowa and UCLA's quarterbacks, both rush for over 130 yards. So, if they're going against a quarterback that can run, they're going to give up some yards. Even against Indiana, Mendoza had to run a lot, but he ran for 3 first downs. So, I can see Latif getting some yards and maybe keeping them in the game with that.
Yeah, so what did he have? 5 carries versus UCLA. What would be a number that you would look at
Yeah.
for him in terms of, number of rushes for Latif in this game? And maybe ask it from the designed rushes, not so much scrambles.
Yeah, and I'm not thinking about the amount of rush. I'm thinking the yards. I think he's going to put up, a good 60, 70 yards worth of just to kind of balance it out. I think Emmett can have a good day. I know everybody's looking at Penn State's rush defense and talking about them like they're Iowa. They're not Iowa. Iowa's a top 5 rush defense. Penn State's a top 40 rush defense. It's not the same. So I think Emmett can get his yards. It's going to be supplemented with the threat of the zone read and Latif actually putting up some yards. If he gets like 75 and a rushing touchdown, and then Emmett gets his regular 125, then all bets are off. This is going to be a close game because I think Nebraska, and the other thing that this game is, there's no big difference in special teams, right? So Nebraska's second and UCLA is 6th. Well, they were before going into last week. I don't know if it changed or not. That's pretty close. Although Nebraska has returned punts and kickoffs at a better rate, Penn State's been great at covering them. So it's kind of balanced. So Nebraska doesn't have that ability on the third phase to dominate. So there's a lot of this game that I'm going to pick Nebraska to win the game. But it's one of those where, kind of like it's in Cincinnati, where I just didn't feel great about it. Just don't feel great about it.
Wow.
By the way, I just looked up our buddy Parker Fleming. The latest projection is flipped. He's got Nebraska winning by about 2/3 of a point, 51% chance of winning. But the reason I pulled up his numbers was just to look at what his numbers say about Nebraska's run versus Penn State's defense. Nebraska's 40th EPA per rush. Penn State is 66th. So Nebraska's above average. Penn State's basically average.
Right. Now, see, I don't know how he does it, but yes, if you're talking the full season, I would tell you it's about 24.2 to about 22.1 Nebraska winning the game in terms of score. But if you're just talking about Big Ten play and conference play, Penn State's probably a 7.5 point favorite.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I don't know if it's the whole season. What?
Because he doesn't want to hear from the people in Broken Bow that say, the host of Big Red Wrap-Up picked against the Huskers. He's terrible. Get him off the air.
Well, no. I think so. I always kind of base it off of everything that could go right goes right. Now, I know that's not the concept that you believe in as a Groin Kick member, but as just a person that's looking at it in a broad view, I have to look at it and say, if the things go right that need to go right, then they're going to win. If Latif does, like I said, runs the ball well, Nebraska continues to not turn the ball over. If they can do it like last week where they didn't get touched at all somehow by the pass rush of UCLA, which is bad, then I could see Nebraska staying in there and winning the game. But yeah, I have been often criticized on Big Red Wrap-Up when I don't pick. Man, I pick, John, listen to this. The first Colorado game, the one that was at home, right? What year was that? 2018?
Yeah. And the non-con, the one that should have been the second game, but was actually the first game.
Okay, so that was my first game, regular season game, doing Big Red Wrap-Up. And I picked Colorado to win because my line said Colorado by 7. I'm walking on the field after the game, and 2 people from the administration said to me, one, I can't believe you picked Colorado, and good pick. So people listen and they pay attention. And so, yeah, I don't, Based on my numbers for the whole season, like I said, Penn State loses the game by 2.
Did you explain to these people that it's, it used to be called Nebraska Educational Television. There's still an educational component to this, and you were making an educated pick.
I was making a very educated pick. Yeah. That season, matter of fact, 2018 and 2019, my picking was great. Like, I was nailing scores and stuff. I was really deep into the numbers, even more than now. But I just had a really good, and Scott Frost's teams, so it was a little bit easier, I guess. But you never know, man. Nebraska has won games this year that they hadn't won in years. How about finishing games both on defense and on offense? They've done both. It could happen again, right?
Michael, I don't know if you saw the news about. Did you see James Franklin going to Virginia Tech?
I did. Yes, I did. Yeah, I may not be able to operate Twitter's notifications, but I can follow stuff that's happening on my phone. If you follow a team, right? Even if you no longer, he doesn't coach for that team anymore, they still send you all these updates on what's going on with James Franklin. So I do not like that as a place for him to go. I always thought that would be a mistake. I don't believe that Virginia Tech is a place where he says he wants to go win a national championship, that he can win a national championship there. I think if he was going to win a national championship, he'd go to a place like Florida or maybe LSU. Not saying they want him, but Virginia Tech, I don't think is the place to go to win a national championship. If that's what you were asking, I have no feel for that being the play. Great fan base, great welcome song, walk-in song, but other than that, I just don't. Not in that, especially when you talk about that conference. How many teams are they going to get out of the ACC? Are they getting one? Are they going to even get one this year? Will they? Are they sure they get one?
I am now. Now the Duke's out of the run. Very confident that they'll get at least one. My question was more going to be, are you surprised that is the level of school that he ended up at? Because I don't know, man. I thought that there was an outside chance of him ending up at one of these SEC jobs that moved on from one of their coaches. So that not only is he off the board this early, but that he's off the board this early for Virginia Tech. I'm a little shocked by it.
Yeah, see, the two schools that he's got the most tie to is Maryland, because, a long time ago, he was a coach in waiting there. And once they made the decision, and I think they made the decision a couple of weeks ago, they were going to keep their coach. I think other than that, it would have been Florida, because I know he's got ties down there, recruiting. And I know for a fact that was a place that he had talked to people about maybe being interested in. So those are the two that I thought. And then once Maryland that wasn't going to happen, I thought Florida was the best shot for him if he really wants to win a national championship. Am I surprised he's going to Virginia Tech? Virginia Tech is ready to spend a ton of money, and so I'm sure he's going to get paid a lot. So, and he doesn't even have to. He's getting all that money left over from Penn State, right? So whatever the mitigating money is.
Negotiated the buyout down apparently to only $9 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's mitigation right there. But yeah, congratulations on him. I hope he does well. I don't think he's going to be contending for any conference championships there. But you know what? You can replay this on hot cold takes or cold hot takes or whatever later.
Freezing cold takes. You don't think he can win a conference title in the ACC?
No. At Virginia Tech?
Really?
No. Or is Miami leaving? Is Clemson leaving? Are they leaving the conference?
Going to win the title.
I don't say that, but he's. No, I know. You have to finish ahead of Miami to win the conference. I don't think that he's going to finish ahead of Miami. Like, okay, so where does Virginia Tech rank in the ACC? You guys have them in the top 8?
I think they could be under Franklin.
Are they over Louisville? Yeah. Are they over Louisville?
Yes, I think they can.
They're over Louisville. No. Yeah, Louisville's got a better coach.
Especially if they have the money.
Yeah, I don't think they're over Louisville. And Louisville's got money. I wouldn't put them ahead of them. Maybe he does well. I don't see him winning. I don't see him winning a conference championship there. Or, hey, they still do divisions? Do they have the Coastal and Atlantic? Are they still doing that stuff?
Nobody does divisions anymore.
I know.
Because the national media declared them all terrible and awful, and we got to get rid of them. Because
here's a trend for you. Here's a trend for you, taking you back to the divisions. Nebraska is 1-9-1 in their last 11 games against a former Eastern Division team.
Wow.
Yeah, 1-9-1 against the spread.
Indiana before Signetti.
Exactly. Exactly. That's your one. Well, actually, when do they? So I guess Maryland wouldn't be in the last 11.
They beat Maryland.
Oh, Maryland this
They
year.
lost to Maryland. Oh, never mind. They lost to Maryland. They did. They lost to Maryland. I forgot. They lost to Maryland in 2023, right?
Yeah, they lost to Maryland 23.
Yeah. So that's another one of the losses in there. Yeah. So there's so much. And if you look at Nebraska in November, I know they're 1-1 this November, but if you look at them over the last 4 years in November, it's not great.
No.
Trends don't look good. Numbers don't look good. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. What?
I said, and yet you're picking Nebraska.
So I can send you later a screenshot of my betting lines.
Yeah.
And I probably wouldn't bet them. Picking them doesn't hurt me.
I guess that's.
And I already had put my pick in too. So I put my pick in this morning at like 11 o'clock. So 24-23 Nebraska.
And listen, Barney and McCook, who gives every year to the Nebraska Public Media Pledge Drive, will forgive Michael for picking the Huskers to win, even if they don't. So
yeah, I don't. Tomorrow is a special edition because tomorrow Jay is actually out. Jay Moore's on. He's on sabbatical or something. He's not going to be there, and so it's going to be just Damon, myself, and Sean. That's going to be the three. And I don't think Damon's speaking to me. So it's going to be an interesting show.
No comment.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not touching this.
Spicy chicken.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier, but who looks like a legit Super Bowl team to you right now, today, middle of November? Does anybody look like a legit Super Bowl team? Obviously, there's going to be two teams in the game, one from the NFC, one from the AFC, but based on just the look.
Let me first say that if Sam Darnold doesn't step on a Lego sometime in the next week or so, my power of jinxing someone is just gone. Because I want that dude to be hurting. I want him under some serious pain because he caused me some serious pain yesterday. He managed to get the cover. He got the cover, but I was looking for some money line. Everyone that believes in God should have wanted Seattle to win that game yesterday.
No.
I don't know why they didn't. Mainly because he threw 9 interceptions or something like that. Anyway, I hate Sam Darnold. Always hated him. I had to cheer for him yesterday, and I hated it. See, this is funny part is that I think people worry too much about the way teams look week to week and don't consider what are they going to look like in the 2 or 3 games they have to play to get to or win the Super Bowl. Okay. I have a lot of friends who are Eagles fans, and the city of Philadelphia is up in arms right now about their team, who's 8-2, has a loss to the Giants, was a horrible loss, and then a loss to the Denver Broncos, who I think are the number 1 seed in the AFC. Is that correct? Number 1 seed. So they're all up in arms. You got to bench the quarterback. You got to fire the offensive coordinator. Blah blah blah. I'm not worried about that. How are they going to play if they're the number 1 seed? How are they going to play in those 2 games to get to the Super Bowl? That's all you got to worry about. All this other stuff is just ridiculous. But out of all the teams, honestly, the team that took the best the last 3 weeks is the Rams. I mean, from what I've seen, they're the best that I've seen. And in the AFC, I would not say Denver, but all they do is win, win, win. So I don't know. I'd probably say Denver, but none of them are the teams like 2009 New Orleans Saints and Indianapolis Colts, both getting out to 12-0 and 13-0 starts. There's no teams like that. But again, I don't think you worry as much about the way they're playing right now. Tell me how they're going to be playing, those 2 weeks they got to win in the playoffs.
Michael, I said it earlier in the crossover. This just it has the look of the NFL in some of those mid-aughts years, like when we were in between the Patriots being what they were and I'm trying to think, some of the later stage Peyton Manning led teams where it just was like, we'd have these random Super Bowls and these random NFC and AFC championship games where it was just like, all right, I guess this year it's going to be what the 6 seed Steelers versus the Seattle Seahawks who came out of nowhere,
Yeah.
And so like, that's always the one or the Cardinals,
Steelers,
yeah. As well.
Right.
And so like, I just wonder if, I don't want to say this is a changing of the guard year, but if it's just one of those, hey, sometimes you catch some breaks and you get a weird ass Super Bowl, and maybe this is one of those seasons.
Yeah. Well, the Cardinals won. You always got to say though, wasn't Kurt Warner the quarterback for the Cardinals? So you had a Hall of Famer. You had a Hall of Famer who was the quarterback on that team. Anytime you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, you have a chance, to get to a Super Bowl. Anytime the Panthers went to the Super Bowl, I was like, that was always the first time they went, and the second time they went both. I'm like, what the hell's going on? But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I think that we know about parity, and this is what they want, right? They want parity. And I have never seen a season that has more 2.5 lines, closing lines, not what they open, but closing at 2.5. Home teams closing at 2.5 dogs. So many times I'm looking down, I'm like, how do you even pick this? And what do they come down to? They come down to a field goal either way, or some weird play, or a penalty getting called, or a guy dropping a pass. And I know this is what they want, ratings-wise. They want these close games. But I think we're just going to have to say now, for going forward, at least for the near future, we're not going to have any dynasty-like teams. Finally, the Chiefs are dead, right, John? And we did a show together earlier, and I was asking you the question: are the Chiefs dead yet? And at the point they weren't, but are they dead now? It's over, right? Stake to the heart. Sun came out. They're
maybe
dead.
Stake to the heart for this year, but listen. Andy Reid is still drawing a salary, and Patrick Mahomes is quarterback.
Kelsey gonna keep playing? Are they gonna ever figure out how to run the ball again? Offensive line always seems to be having issues. Older. I mean, what? Maybe it's over. Maybe it's over. Maybe you guys can stop having that dude on every week. I don't know.
Why would we cancel
Mike
Michael Brunts
Mike
over
Farron
this?
is already done, Michael.
No.
Baseball season is done.
He's talking about Brunts. Apparently, Severe's got an issue with Brunts. I don't know.
There is no one I want to be more like in life than Michael Brunts. I've said it a million times. He's got a wife who speaks Mandarin. He's been to Japan like 5 times. I want to go once. He's incredibly smart, he's got a great open song. His song's incredible. His open song, that's great stuff too. Yeah. So the brunch, what is it called? The Michael Brunch, lunch brunch, something like that. Whatever. I like that song. Brady Bunch. That's what it is. The Brady Bunch.
Brady Bunch, yes.
Yeah. Brady Bunch. So anyway, look, I just don't. I hope it's over. I hope it's over forever. It probably won't be, like you said. As long as they have Mahomes, they'll have a shot. But man, it looks pretty now, doesn't it? Come on, you love it. You love it.
I'm not sad. I was happy for my good friend who's a big Broncos fan. His team won, my team won, big division game on the same day. It was awesome.
You talking about Stibbs?
Well, Stibbs too, but
he said his friend. He said his friend. Did you hear him say friend? Yeah. And the Cowboys will win. And the Cowboys are going to win tonight. So you guys are, how'd the Dolphins do?
They won.
Dude, you guys are gonna have a sweep.
We could.
Fins up.
Wait a sec. You didn't watch that epic game yesterday morning? You didn't have a severe reaction.
So this is what happened. So I'll tell you what I had. Okay, so I had Washington, plus the 2.5. I also had 2 touchdown bets where they both ended like at the 1. That game was miserable. And then at the end, I'm over at Ace Hardware picking up some more lights for Christmas. And I'm sitting in the parking lot watching that stupid interception get thrown by Mariota, who I've never liked him either. It was disgusting. That was a disgusting beginning of the day. Why did I even mess around with the Madrid game? That was stupid.
You got to stay away from these island games, Michael.
I know. And I usually do. But you know what? I kind of liked Washington. I thought Washington was going to outplay. And they did. Should have won the game. But, whatever. Yeah, I was disgusted.
Yeah. No,
I watched it. I watched this stupid game. So, hey, degenerate pick of the week. Degenerate pick of the week. So I wanted to tell last week you weren't there, John, but I had a plus 51.5 that got home with the Citadel, which was incredible. Especially since the team that was driving decided they were going to stop driving at the 4-yard line, which was pretty awesome. But the degenerate pick of this week from college. Oh, first of all, did you guys see the end of the UNC game? Did you watch the end? Yes. Did you watch the end of that game?
No.
So the game is under. The whole game. It's not going over. It's under. Wake is driving. They're like just running the clock out. With about 20 seconds left, the genius, Bill Belichick, calls a timeout. They're down 9. I don't know what he's going to do after calling a timeout. But Wake's like, well, we don't want to kneel it on 4th down. They get the ball back. So they ran it. And what happens? They score. Game goes over. Wake Forest's total goes over, all because the genius decided he was going to call a timeout with like 20 seconds left. Down 9. What even was what was the analytics on that? I have no idea.
That's going to end up on bad beats for sure.
Well, it depends what side you're on. It may end up on good, not beats, is what it can end up on.
Well, but still, if you had the other way, it's going to end up on
I completely turned it off. I thought it was over. Another one, I thought it was over, and I went back and I'm looking. I'm going, wait a minute, these are more points than I left with. What the hell's going on? And so, yeah, over Wake Forest, the team total. How about that? A little degenerate bet for you. A little team total action.
Yikes.
All right. So what's the degenerate bet this week?
Well, that was it. That was the one on Saturday.
Week.
Well, I was looking at. I'm not looking. I was talking about the one from the past week. That's how the Citadel one was, which I felt really proud of. It's not time. A lot of times you get plus 51.5, but I felt pretty good about it. So, yeah.
Did you at least know who they were playing this time?
I knew at the time. I can't remember right now who they were playing. When he put the bet in, yeah. So I did. So here's one, John. So I did one of those. I did a 1AA1 this week, and I really didn't know who they were playing, and it was for an over. It was like, and but the numbers showed, the total was like gonna be 42, and between the two teams, it was supposed to hit like 60, and it did. And so, yeah. You have to know who's playing, John. What do the numbers say?
I have no idea.
Names don't matter.
Yeah, but the matchup might matter. I mean, that's usually how you break down these games.
It's all about the numbers, John. It's all about the
numbers.
numbers.
You remember for a long time we used to have on Dave Bartu.
Having half a math equation.
You guys remember Dave Bartu?
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
And Dave would always say, look, man, I don't know anything about these teams, but my formula, the ABC formula he had, he just did it. And whatever reason, it worked for him. And he didn't know who was. He didn't even care what the numbers say. That's all that matters. What the numbers say.
Dave Bartu. What a great
Dave's selling weed now.
Right, well.
Lots of weed.
Uh-huh.
Weed
tweets about college
gummies.
football from time to time.
Yeah, occasionally when he's not tweeting about all the weed he's selling.
Mm-hmm.
And gummies. A lot of gummies for that guy.
Yeah. By the way, I'm looking at. I had not really looked at the lines this week. I didn't realize that Oregon was almost a 10-point favorite over USC, which is interesting.
Well, USC on the road.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, USC on the road, physical matchup, big offensive line for Oregon. USC usually doesn't do well against physical matchups, although they did okay this past week after coming back. But that's that matchup. I would think it'd been about 8.5. 10 surprises me. Yeah. Seems a bit much.
Pretty big.
Yeah.
All right.
So, but you know what, though? We have 2 weeks left. Celebrate. Got 2 weeks left. Let's embrace it. You got at Penn State and then home against the team that Peterson hates more than any other team, the Iowa Hawkeyes, and that really bad offense that they have that's all of a sudden gotten better. Yes. That's what we got left, people.
Sure.
2 more. What? Say.
But this is the last real week because next week it's so short, there's hardly any time to talk about it.
That is what sucks about Black Friday is that you really don't get a chance to do a full. We got everything done by Wednesday, which can be tough to do. But yeah, I'll tell you right now, Nebraska wins over Iowa, and the game goes over 43. Nebraska beats Iowa Black Friday. Game goes over 43. I don't have an exact score, but over 43. So my numbers say.
All right.
Okay.
All right. And that'll be the 8th win for sure. Well, I hope it's 9-3. I think 8-4.
Yeah. We'll keep that under wraps.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
All right. Michael Severe Monday.
Sorry about being
Michael, have a
late.
good week.
Bye, Michael.
All right, bye-bye.
Yep. There he is. Severe. He's fine. You're fine. Michael Severe Monday's here.
Well, his internet was rough today.
Well, I think he was on his phone, right?
He was, but I mean, you
was his
still have
phone.
Wi-Fi on phones.
Well, sometimes, but you're using the phone mic, and as you know,
No, it wasn't that. It was the delay. I'm talking about the Wi-Fi, John. That was why
I
he was
understand,
off in
but these
2
things
seconds.
are not always great.
Yeah, I know you want to complain about your phone, but I'm saying the
I'm
Wi-Fi.
not complaining
was
about it.
very
I'm just
poor.
saying they're not always the best.
Wi-Fi was very poor today in Michael's house. Very poor. Also, Nick was getting roasted in the chat. Absolutely slammed.
Yep.
For what?
I'm glad these people know my job better than I do.
Michael and your levels, I think, are way higher than mine on StreamYard.
On StreamYard, but not
How is that
everywhere
possible?
else.
Josh and I are coming from the same source.
Yeah, I don't know, John. I don't know.
That's
then I
That's
look
not
at
true. We're coming from different sources.
No. To the StreamYard, we're coming from the same source.
Yeah, you're both coming
I see what you
externally.
mean. Yeah.
But I look at the waveform, and Michael is itty bitty, and then you and John are like mountains.
Well, that's what they called me in high school, the mountain.
I don't think
It's the mountain. Coming up, we have content.
What do we have in content today, John?
Well, let me scroll ahead. A Sanders got to play in an NFL game.
That is incredibly exciting.
Another mediocre Big Ten football coach gets to keep his job.
Oh, that's exciting for that man's paycheck.
And there is still hope for society.
Ooh.
All of that and more coming up on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. And of course, as always, we want to remind you to go to underdogfantasy.com because football season is in full swing. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. And this season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy, John. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So, download the app today. Use our promo code 1620TheZone, and you can score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
And remember, you can play in Nebraska. So again, download the app, use promo code 1620TheZone to score $100 in bonus entries when you make that first $5 fantasy entry. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit natick.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay. Got a little time today in the content, so let's make the most of it.
Oh,
shall
awesome.
we?
The Rams and Eagles won last night and now sit atop the NFC with identical 8-2 records. Have they separated themselves above the rest of the conference?
I am not going to dismiss the Seahawks, who were a long field goal away from somehow stealing this game, mainly because the Rams managed it poorly at the end. I still think, no, there's no, in a year where there's not a lot of separation, I can't say that they have separated themselves above the rest of the conference. The Rams have obvious flaws, especially in special teams. The Eagles have flaws, especially their offense. I still think Seattle's a good football team. They shut down the Rams offense better than any other team has been able to this season. Better than the Eagles did earlier this year. Yes, Sam Darnold's the quarterback. I get it. But has Jalen Hurts really been playing that well? See, the only difference is perception.
Hell no.
We saw Jalen Hurts win a Super Bowl last year.
That's true.
So because of that perception, we think he can win another one. We've never seen Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl. But if you actually watch how they've been playing this year, Sam Darnold has outplayed Jalen Hurts.
Except in big games, then that guy stinks, sadly. I'm with you, though. I do not think that they have separated themselves. I would throw one more team into the mix that I think could really have a nice playoffs if they get healthy, and that is Tampa Bay. I know that they have now lost a couple games in a row. They don't look like the team that they did in the early part of the season, but they are still a very formidable and impressive team, in my opinion. They took the Eagles to the wire. They beat the Seahawks on the road, no less. They beat the 49ers as well, and I know what the 49ers have been. We're going to learn a lot about them on Sunday when they travel to the timeshare out there in Los Angeles and take on the Rams. And then after that, John.
You know, I see a lot of visiting fans in your stadium, too. Bet there's going to be a lot of Raider fans there in the stadium with a giant-ass hole in the roof tonight.
Well, that's because the game
Raiders
is in
timeshare.
It's in Las Vegas tonight, John. I would hope that there would be Raiders fans there. Got them. But after next week, the Bucs have a really easy schedule. So I think that they will be the 4 seed. The question is, can they go on a run in the playoffs? I still think they can. So I would say there are 4 teams that I could talk myself into or believe in the NFC.
The offspring of Deion Sanders finally got into an NFL game. You want the results? You want to know how he did?
I would love it.
Not great. 4 of 16 passing for 47 yards. 1 interception. 2 sacks. A fumble. An intentional grounding. And a passer rating of 13 1/2. Essentially, the equivalent of spiking the ball on every single play. What can be said about the fruit of Deion's loins that hasn't already been said?
Wow, Nick, so you found that tweet that referenced the spiking of the ball too and decided to use that in your question.
Yeah, of course.
Good job by you, Nick. Not great. John, you ready for this? I had the news broken to me that Shedeur would come onto the field by one Rob Anderson, who I had been texting with yesterday, asking some questions about the Vegas trip. And he goes, by the way, I think Shedeur Sanders is about to play in the midst of many conversations about the Creighton Blue Jays. So thank you to Rob Anderson for breaking the news. And then I got to watch it, and good God, there is a reason why he fell to the 5th round and why we have not seen him in a meaningful game until, week 11 of the season.
There is. It was bad. We can all admit that. Now, I'm not going to throw him out entirely. We'll see what comes about. No.
Okay.
I've seen other bad quarterback debuts. Peyton Manning's debut was notoriously bad, but we'll see.
People forget.
But yeah, it was for a day where people like to shame on Swiss Family Sanders. It was a glorious day. But then there were others who tried to seek the positive.
Like you?
That's your cue, Nick, for the next.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Felt like you had more to say. Deion's a little guy is getting into the game. I'm going to restart this.
Awesome.
But Dion's little guy getting into the game did spark the takes, including an all-timer by former ESPN journalist Josina Anderson, who called the 3rd and 10 conversion to Jerry Jeudy, quote, against all odds. Let's you decide.
This will be a video daily double to describe for the listeners at home. This will be a completion of 3 yards that turned into a first down conversion because Jerry Jeudy makes 3 guys miss.
Shout out to you, Judy.
Here, roll the tape. There's the completion. 1 tackle miss, 2 tackle miss, 3 tackle miss. For now, let's
Now, are we sure that Anderson was saying what Shador did was against all odds?
Yeah. Never tell me the odds.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because it was against all odds that they got the first down.
No.
Yes,
she
it was.
Yep. Then why didn't Jerry Judy's name get mentioned? I saw replies to the tweet. Yes, she was trying to.
Yikes.
It was bad. It was really bad,
Right.
and people went after her for trying to make it look like Shador did something great when all he did was complete a 3-yard pass that turned into an 11-yard gain because of the effort of one Jerry.
Yeah, because that
Jeudy.
was the first down was against all odds, not because of him, but that was a really nice play by Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy. So why the tweet didn't mention Jerry Jeudy? Interesting.
Now, guys, we touched on it a little bit. Lane Kiffin, he didn't really answer the question about his future at Ole Miss all that strongly Saturday, saying, today was awesome. To even talk about it right now would be so disrespectful to our players and how well they played today. We've got a lot of things going here, doing really well, and I love it here. Is he going to Florida, a.k.a. the team that Ole Miss just beat on Saturday?
Well, it's either that or maybe LSU, as we mentioned earlier in the Grum, pretty much right at the start of the show today. His family apparently has been visiting Gainesville and Baton Rouge over the course of the last 24 to 48 hours. That, John, that quote, and especially the second sentence, to even talk about it right now would be so disrespectful to our players and how well they played today. That quote to me reads, I am leaving. And so I will say, put it on the list. He will not be Ole Miss's football coach moving forward.
How do you do this when your team is an Egg Bowl win away from qualifying most likely for the playoff?
What do you mean? How do you do it?
Well, you're going to the playoff.
Yeah.
The goal of every team at the beginning of the season. That's going to be, I mean, it's one thing when Scott Frost left UCF in the midst of an undefeated season, but they weren't going to win the national championship, even though they claim one on their score on their side of their stadium. But they weren't going to play for a national championship.
A real one, yes.
A real one. And it was a little bit of a different situation when you're moving from what was then a group of 5 team to your alma mater.
For the record, I never said he's going to leave before the season is over. I just said he's going to leave.
But it's just, that's the point I'm making, is how the mechanics of all of this work. Does he stay with Ole Miss until they're eliminated? If it's Florida or LSU, do they insist that he's there earlier because, hey, we got a transfer portal thing, and what if?
Could they have a handshake agreement about this being in place?
What if
they went on a run to the national championship?
They went on a run, and right in the middle of the transfer portal, Lane Kiffin is still coaching the Ole Miss Rebels in the playoff.
We knew
in the semifinals while he's already got 1 foot. I mean, what does Ole Miss do? It makes for a very odd dynamic. It's and it's not a situation where he's going back home. He's going back to an alma
it's just
mater
another job
in the same conference where they will be rivals.
And by the way, we mentioned it earlier, or we just mentioned the story that came out about his family visiting those towns. The other thing coming out of the Ole Miss part of the story is that they want an answer before the end of this week. They are off this week. They have played 11 games now. All they have left is the Egg Bowl. And so they want an answer so they don't have to deal with anything else going into their last game, which is Black Friday at the same time as Nebraska, Iowa. John, eventually this is going to happen with a coach. I think eventually a coach is going to leave before the playoff. And who knows, maybe Lane Kiffin is that guy. But I think he is coming upon the end of his Ole Miss tenure. By the way, Severe asked, didn't Kelly leave Notre Dame after making a playoff? No, he left Notre Dame technically they were still in the playoff race in 21, but it was going to take a convoluted sequence of events to happen, and those events didn't happen. And so, but he did leave. He left before conference championship weekend, and so, in theory, he could have missed out on the playoff for sure.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, all Ole Miss needs is one more win, and they're pretty much locked in.
Heck, I'd say that they might be pretty much locked in already.
Meanwhile, Mike Locksley will remain in place as Maryland's football coach in 2026, and the school plans to significantly increase financial support for the program, according to the AD. Is the school plans to significantly increase financial support the new way to say that coach is 1 year before he's out?
Or maybe they were hoping to increase financial support was, hey, we're going to sign this really big deal with this investment firm, and they're going to give us $100 million. And then the whole thing fell through. He's probably got 1 year left anyway. So this is the same as when Scott Frost was brought back. And
if
the start of the season goes poorly for Maryland or is just kind of meh, Locksley may just don't put it on the list, put it on the long-term list. Mike Locksley is going to be an odds-on favorite to be the first coach fired next year.
What's the statement of support that we always make fun of?
The dreaded vote
of confidence. I think, honestly, the school plans to significantly increase financial support is now the vote of confidence, because we saw the same thing from Wisconsin. I think Florida State is talking about doing the same thing in their situation right now, and now Maryland is doing it as well. So if a school in the midst of struggles says, we plan to significantly increase financial support, it's about time for that coach to get the axe.
Friend of the program and guest tomorrow, Scott Docterman, predicts Nebraska to the Las Vegas Bowl versus Utah. Is that enough to warm the cockles of your cold bowl games don't matter heart?
I thought John was out on bowl games. John, I'll acquiesce to you. Are you excited about this potential bowl game?
Well, you shorten the question. The reason why is North Carolina could still make it as a 5-win team because they will have the best APR of any of the non-qualified.
You shorten the question, Nick.
I didn't shorten the question. That was the second part
of
another question.
A different question.
It was a follow-up.
John really wanted to talk about North Carolina again.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Why did you? Oh, I didn't even.
Look at the time, John. Look at the time, John.
Oh, look at the time. Look at the time. Oh, I'm in a panic. I can't keep Michael Severe's levels from overmodulating.
Nick just turned you off, John. Sure.
You're in timeout.
I'd be fine with the Las Vegas Bowl. Sure. Why not? Doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
I'd rather than play in Florida versus an SEC school, though.
And finally, I will finish on this because I wanted to. John, the Running Man made just $17 million this weekend. A disappointing opening weekend for the latest movie based on a Stephen King book. John, your picketing and protesting seems to have worked.
Am I allowed back in?
Yeah, you've been here. Don't be crazy.
Okay. No, I just think there's faith and hope in America. Still today, there is faith and hope in America that our society has said no. We are tired of people taking classics and trying to remake them. You don't remake the Mona Lisa. You don't remake Beethoven's Fifth. You just play the OG and be happy with it. So take that, Hollywood. Come up with original new ideas. not recycled old ones.
Yeah, like soft and firm and cool your jets and no doubt. Original ideas.
The funny
They
thing
are
is,
very original.
apparently the movie is a way more faithful adaptation to the book than the original movie was.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
But that's the best part. It's a movie. It doesn't have to be faithful to anything. It can just be a movie.
I do like
And a
separating.
classic it is.
Still haven't
starring
seen it.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It's not that
and Richard
good.
Dawson.
It's pretty bad.
It's the best. It is absolutely the best.
Mm.
How can you lose with such lines as, here is Sub-Zero, now plain zero?
Michael Severe writes, it's good. I'm surprised it didn't do better. I went to the AARP screening.
Nice.
Shout out Michael, going to see movies. We love movies. We also love dinner. John, you're going to be stunned at my choice for dinner. Not
I bet
my
I can
choice,
guess.
our
Brats
choice.
and baked potatoes. once
You
again.
are going to be blown away by what I'm eating tonight. Blown
All
away.
right. Well, find out next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday was chicken parm. You taste so good, and it tasted a lot better after a Rams win.
Roast. We're having roast for dinner. A meal
you've
I've
finally grown up.
I've always loved and I've always looked forward to having. Probably some popcorn tonight as well at halftime, not with roast.
Pinocchio finally became a real boy.
I am a man, Nick, with a man's appetite. My parents are coming over to watch the Cowboys game, and we're having roast for dinner.
That sounds delicious.
That said, I'm going to get brats and probably have that tomorrow.
We're going to do beef and broccoli tonight.
Oh.
Again? Didn't you just do that?
Last week, yeah.
Why are you doing it again?
Because we won it again.
Yeah, John, you're allowed to do the same meal, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it just seems that seems like that's not like a staple that is like a weekly or maybe every 2 weeks thing. That kind of feels like a maybe once every other month type. That's just it's interesting. That's all.
Maybe, John, in 2026, which will be here in a month and a half,
people forget.
You could have a New Year's resolution of new meal every day and see how long you could go.
That's fun.
Without repeating anything.
Yeah, that would be tough.
That would be very difficult.
Because then you got to really get creative.
Mm-hmm. Pizza, chicken tenders.
Beef and broccoli is delicious.
I'm already going to repeat it the next day. Pizza again.
I'll admit, when we do the takeout Chinese, beef and broccoli are not in the top 10.
Wow, not in the top 10.
That was my go-to Chinese food for a while.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Almond chicken was always mine.
I am what am I? Sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour shrimp.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm a fried rice guy now.
Oh, I love fried
the
rice, Nick.
Chicken fried rice. It's delicious.
Jordan says Josh having roast to get ready for the Cowboys getting roasted.
Wow.
He just
That's
roasted
mean.
you.
That's mean.
Yeah, it is mean. And the person
because
who
they're
put
playing
it
the
on
Raiders.
Put it on the screen's an even meaner person.
I mean,
yeah, if the shoe
go
fits.
Raiders.
If the shoe fits, go Cowboys.
Fins up.
Have a wonderful night, everyone.